Just makes
And
me
I need
rage.
some 40 degrees and drizzle.
That's right.
Yes.
Speaking of 40 degrees and drizzle, that's a good segue.
Nice.
We got everybody who's coming. Okay. So, welcome back. I hope you guys read Laurel's summary. It was excellent as always. And yeah. So, just a brief recap if you didn't. You guys sort of found yourself at a crossroads. You had offers from the Queen, from Gilgamesh, from Benji. You had a mild offer from Kilmaine, but you did not get the details on that. And in kind of a moment of, let's say, inspiration, you guys decided that the best route was to just go to the cave or go to the ruins anyways, and just sort of ditch the various quests laid out before you, sort of committing yourself in the future to Gilgamesh, who said he would take you to, or he would get you to the ruins on the condition that you guys agree to help him kill an ancient red dragon, which you guys did, and then you guys entered the cave. Upon entering the cave, you found a door that was unlocked for you, and upon entering, you navigated through what seemed like an ancient sewer system with ice-cold water flowing through and out into the bay. And there were a number of giant and huge ice crabs which had sort of made their home in this sewer system, which you guys ran into, and a fight ensued, but you prevailed, taking minor damage and a few points of exhaustion. After taking a short rest, you guys departed north into the sort of heart of these ruins and stumbled into a large, or I guess massive, ooze that had sort of laid itself as a trap in the center of a large room, and were instantly set upon by this ooze, being struck, all of you simultaneously, and then once again, as you kind of readied yourself for battle, only a few of you were able to duck out of the way of the blows, and the rest of you were struck, knocked unconscious, and had to be pulled out to be saved, with the exception of Missile, who was not pulled out and who failed his death save, which resulted in his demise. But after the ooze was defeated and the group was able to get their bearings, Isolde was able to bring Missile back to life, utilizing her Revivify spell, and that's where you find yourselves now. After battling with the ooze, you brought Missile back to life, healed Johoff back to consciousness, sort of began to dust yourselves off, and immediately noticed that the clothing you're wearing was that has now been thickly coated with the ooze that you walked through and were struck by is beginning to dissolve rapidly. And the sort of specifics on that is any sort of anything that can be destroyed via acid is being quickly dismantled, and the only exception to that is anything that is magical. So things like mithril armor and magic boots and magic cloaks and all the like are safe from harm, but regular clothes, furs, pouches, things that you keep your stuff in. Vosner had a flute which got dissolved, and that is... any questions about that?
Why do you have to pick on the flute, man?
Because it's made of a wood, and you've never used it anyways.
So our bags dissolved, but also the stuff in those bags. So like dice set gone, rations gone,
Yes.
rope. gone.
Yes. All of that
Cool.
stuff was, I mean, since many of you were basically suspended in the ooze, I would say that all of that stuff got coated and just started dissolving, and you had to sort of cast it off you to not also be dissolved by it.
Was I ever in the ooze?
Makes sense.
You ran through it to get Johov.
Okay.
The bag of holding survived, though, correct?
Yes, because it is magical, and anything inside the bag of holding is completely untouched.
Probably
Wonderful.
get more of those.
Wunderbar.
So, yeah, and I say most of this just to, first of all, you can take this as an opportunity to clean out your inventory of extra junk that you've never used and never planned to use. Second of all, you might want to consolidate your stuff in magic bags, etc., but that is up to you.
My components, like diamonds and stuff, are
That's
those
fine.
okay?
Yeah, diamonds are fine.
Like my holy symbol, like that stuff that's like...
Yeah.
Fine.
I would
Okay.
put that on the fringe side of you being magical.
Oh no, I lost my sling.
Yes, you did.
No.
My
And your
original
dagger
mace-
was damaged, Taryn.
Okay.
I love that sling.
Did
I used it like 3 times.
I don't remember it at all.
Does the arcane firearm count as a magic weapon since it's not quite magic?
Yeah,
wanna
I actually
rob myself
thought
of a
about
weapon.
this for a while. I'm going to say that it is magical, just for the sake of, like, I don't know. Technically, it could have been damaged, but I don't want to deal with like partially damaged things and stuff.
Fair
And you,
enough, fair enough.
Morty's already gone. You're basically
Right.
suffering from stat points having died recently, and 2 points of exhaustion. I thought making it so you can't cast your spells anymore would be pretty brutal.
I would agree, so thank you.
Just a reminder for people, we still have spider silk boots and a spider silk armor, so if anybody lost
Ooh.
their stuff, it could be
Exactly.
worth throwing on. Like, even if you don't want to, like, attune to them, like, it's clothing.
Oh, my little direwolf totem from the Blood Guard.
Yes, that would have been damaged. You can either write
Gone.
damaged or thrown away, depending on what you want to do with it.
Alrighty.
So, you guys find yourselves.
So,
Uh, you guys are standing in frigid water. Your clothes are dissolving, and it is approximately negative 10 degrees in here.
cool.
I think I can use, if we wanted to, like, chill out a minute to reassess, I think I can still use the cantrip for the day from my Hat of Wizardry, and I have a Create Bonfire cantrip. So if we're gonna chill for a minute, we can create bonfire, just so we don't freeze.
Yeah, also, if we can find a place to, like, hunker down for a little while, I can make us a tiny hut.
What time of day is it? Because we
Yeah.
got here stupid late at night, right?
You guys got here at like, I believe around 11. So I would say it's probably about, we'll speed things up and just say it's about 1 in the morning.
Okay. might be a good choice to sleep then.
Yeah.
Should we try to explore our immediate surroundings without going too far, and then see if we can tiny hut it up
Yeah.
here?
At least get out of the water.
I would say probably even, well, yeah, we should all get out of the water. But before we go poking around, we might want to like do a short rest so people can regain some hit points. Because we
Let's do
are
it.
looking rough. Is this little area over here enclosed? No, it is not. Back it up.
At the end of the hallway is a very thick-looking door.
At the end of this hallway?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Oh, maybe
Does it
you
look like
can't see
it's-
it.
Does it look like it's otherwise closed off?
Should I scout ahead, Captain Brynja?
It does look
Yes.
otherwise closed off.
Thank you, Damon. That would be very helpful.
Can we short rest really quick?
She's trying to find like a safe place for us to short rest.
Understood.
And if this is like just a hallway.
I'm assuming as I come down here, nothing like is popping out at me.
No. As you approach the door, nothing happens. You just get up to the door and see a door.
And see a door.
I'll shout back. There doesn't seem to be anything except a door this way, Captain Brynja. Should I try the handle?
No, we'll just rest for a bit in the corridor then. I think would be good. So she'll usher people to crowd into this hallway.
Missile will wearily rest against the wall behind him.
The Marcus will just keep standing in the water.
Nice.
So stoic.
Forever.
Yeah, he
Looking
is.
upset.
Hey, Matt's here.
Hey.
If we only listened to the Queen, I wouldn't be wet right now.
Yeah, see, I don't even have to be here because I think that you guys know exactly what I'm going to say.
He's going to scowl and say we shouldn't be here in the first place.
Exactly.
He helps,
I'll let
but he-
you guys carry on. Yeah.
She would ask Vosner to guard this outer entrance while Damon guards the door, and we'll all take a short rest here.
Okay. So, Vosner will guard. Takes out his staff of withering, since his scimitar is now goop.
Fair enough.
My favorite uncommon regular scimitar.
Okay, so you guys are doing a short rest?
Yeah.
Ooh, look at these numbers. That's
Yeah! That's a new mod I added.
new. That's pretty dope.
Yeah, it's like a JRPG style.
Whoa.
It'll look cool when Isolde does like a big group heal.
True.
Or when you guys get hit by a fireball. whatever happens.
Well,
Rude.
thanks.
Or when you hit enemies with fireball.
There it is. That's what we wanted to hear.
Alright, so what are we going to do from here on out? We've got no supplies. We don't know how far these dungeons go.
Well, if we double back, we can probably get some crab meat to eat.
I suppose.
If that's what you're worried about.
We did have some supplies in the bag of holding.
Yeah.
Do you all think that it is worth it to continue on? Try to find the portal?
Well, if it's close by, that's one thing. Maybe we should set ourselves a time limit.
Well, I mean, We're gonna have to do this sometime.
Yeah.
True.
Like, I don't like the idea of sneaking back to the city and then back here a bunch of times.
True.
Yeah, probably be wise if we continue. We're not on too terrible of a timetable. The only thing we have to consider is just making contact with the Queen and turning down her offer.
Yes, I have that in mind. That will happen tomorrow. I think I have until sometime in the early evening, probably. Would be pushing the 24 hours, but I think we should keep in mind that the last time we found a portal, there was some pretty awful stuff spilling out of it, and it was connected to a plane other than ours, so it is just as likely that this portal, when we find it, will be similar.
It's true. Well, we need to at least make sure we're rested enough to deal with those things. It's too bad we can't teleport to this exact spot.
No, but I was thinking that perhaps I could send a message for help. I mean, Porter is here, and Luthar and Kirath, and they have passage to the island.
You think we could stole away with them?
Either they could get us a way out if we want to go out, or they might be able to help us push forward.
Well, whatever would be the most wise. I'm not sure in this situation.
I worry that if we invite them to push forward, we'll be revealing secrets about the guild that we don't want them to know.
That's true.
Well, perhaps it is something to keep in our back pocket then, and see how far we can go on our own.
Haven't we just seen that?
In terms of our recent near failures?
Yeah, you think we can do another fight like that?
I don't think so, but I think my main concern is that I am only one cleric, and that at least if we had Porter here, we would have another person around to make sure you all had a healer if anything happened to me.
Yeah, I don't see the problem with that plan. I think backup sounds good. I don't understand what closing one portal has to do with revealing some sort of guild secrets.
Yeah, well, that's our larger mission, so as long as we keep the details on a need-to-know basis, that might cover us.
Well, Luthar and Kirath at least know that we are here for a reason, although they didn't want to know the details. And they said we could trust Porter. I trust Porter.
Yeah. I
I think there would be no harm in at least letting him know where we were, in case anything happened.
yeah, that could be helpful.
At the very least, I could maybe get some clothes. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I think I might be naked.
You didn't have any magical clothes at all.
Magical what? What? Who's got magical fucking clothes?
Is this like a Hulk situation where you just have tattered pants on, or are you like
I think I have no pants on. I don't know. John, back me up
Oh,
on this.
man.
How extensive is this damage?
You know, I think it's whatever you're comfortable role playing.
Okay.
Peen out. Peen all the way out.
Do we have any clothes in the bag of holding?
It's so small.
No, Missile just has a
It's cold out, man.
of chastity
okay.
underwear that he has on.
Dang.
Don't we have magic boots or silk armor or something?
Yeah, Joe can just be wearing magic boots.
Well, supposed to put a boot on my peen.
That definitely solves it.
Oh, speaking of, did you guys cast Bonfire?
Yeah, let's say that
No.
I did.
Oh, okay.
Well, we don't
I'll
wanna freeze
allow
to
it
death.
in retrospect.
Alright.
Taryn offers Johaf the cloak of Elvenkind.
Is it gonna be like one of those things where like wearing a hospital gown backwards, like my backside's
Yeah.
covered but my front's just hanging out?
Well,
Yep.
we can say that it'll go all the way around. It's not just a cape, but like a cloak.
All right.
Perfect.
Like a duster.
Yeah. but
Sick
you're-
duster. Yeah, man.
You're definitely in a you kind of look like a
Always
flasher
in a
at this point.
situation.
Yeah, as soon
Well-
as I go to punch anything, it's just gonna like fly open.
Gonna get chilly.
Can I be like possible like distraction advantage on enemies if
Yeah, I cast
Just
Enlarge on Johaf.
Jesus.
I don't think any of these oozes are gonna care.
But the crabs.
Well, I could ask Porter to bring us supplies. If we want to continue.
Look, I don't think we're ready for this, but you know, I ain't in charge here, so I will do whatever everyone else wants.
There
We
any sense in seeking out rations from the crabs we destroyed?
Yep. Well, I think that's a good first step. At least that'll get us something to eat. And then I think it'd be wise to call them back up and then kind of rest up a little bit.
All right. I think we could also backtrack. I know that we saw a couple other possible entrances, so we could backtrack a bit.
Can we real quick have a discussion about our strategy here? Look, I ain't never seen the shit that we have seen in this here sewer. I actually still don't fucking know what that was in the last room.
Johaf falls silent.
He cut out.
Yeah, we lost you.
He froze to death mid-sentence.
Yes, speaking of. Now there's a bonfire. How long does that bonfire last, Dylan?
Let me check. Up to 1 minute.
Oh,
Just
What?
1 minute?
that's
It's-
not
well-
very long.
Yeah, that's not very good at all. It's supposed to be for, like, damage. Like, I create a bonfire and burn people standing in it, but...
Jesus. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're supposed to like set up like fuel for it if you want to actually use it as a like fire, you know.
Do we have any wood? Probably not. Tiny hut.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Let's just tiny hut it.
So, just to give you the meta knowledge, because it is extremely cold weather down here, you're looking at rolling a Constitution saving throw every hour that you go exposed to the cold. And if you're completely naked, I'm going to give you disadvantage, but I will make it a flat roll if you have some sort of clothing to wear. Taryn obviously
Alright,
has advantage because he is Dragonborn, Silver, and I'm trying to think of who else has advantage. Actually, maybe nobody else. because you guys all had furs, and those are all gone.
In that
Dang.
case...
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I was going to say, in that case, time is a valuable resource, and so backtracking probably isn't all that advisable if we're on a time crunch here, just for food.
You're also sitting in a tunnel with a bonfire that went out, and you guys did a short rest. 59 of those minutes were not with a bonfire, so we should figure out some sort of either retcon or I'm making all of you roll.
It takes 1 minute to cast Leoman's tiny hut if I don't do it as a ritual. So, do I have 1 minute to cast it and provide a comfortable and dry atmosphere?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do that while, but then if you leave it, it's gone. So I don't know. You guys might want to talk about where you want to cast that.
Yeah, we would have to essentially spend the night there. Then I think that would be the best use of it. But we all just used our short rest stuff, so.
You can cast it as a ritual, though?
Yeah.
If I only have 1 minute to cast it, and I think casting it as ritual is like 10,
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah.
then we're all going to have to make a saving throw.
I will waive that first saving throw, assuming you guys do stuff, but I would like you guys to determine where you want the hut to be placed, and we can retcon where you did your short rest. If you want to do it here, that's fine. If you want to do it somewhere in that big room, or you want to go back where the crabs are, whatever you do, let me know. Obviously, you can't really go farther, because if you explore and find some shit, then we're going to have to undo all the healing you just did and have it hit you, so...
You just do it here.
I think right here is probably what Damon would suggest.
Out of the water. That'd be nice.
Okay. So, would you like to draw the dimensions of this hut on here? I don't actually even know how big it is.
It's a 10-foot radius.
Okay.
So
20.
presumably it's going to be like from wall to wall.
Oh, okay.
Hang on, I gotta figure out how to use this drawing tool.
We're all gonna be real squished.
I'll tell you. There. That'll be your hut. Is that fine?
That's pretty much exactly what I was gonna do.
Perfect.
I think I was actually gonna make it a little bit smaller, so that's generous.
Yeah, I was giving you a little bit because you're losing on height. I figured you could make it a longhouse.
Nice.
So, you make a bonfire, and Damon does a ritual and casts the tiny hut spell, creating a dome. Would you like to explain this? Would you like to describe what Damon's dome looks like?
Yeah, so Damon's dome is going to have like probably sharper corners than you would expect from a like thing that's measured with the radius that's supposed to be circular. It's basically like a plain brutalist structure that, looking at it from the outside, looks like just a box that's barely tall enough to stand upright in.
Perfect.
Shipping container.
Yeah.
Got
So
it.
the description is really important. What color is it? And like if somebody were to see it, what would they see?
I would say from the outside, it's opaque, like just white, as an attempt to, I guess, or white with like a little light blue in it to sort of look like the ice in this cavern.
Yeah.
And then inside, it's just got like soft yellow light.
Okay, so we'll say it's approximately the like the average shade of blue on the walls that you were able to calculate out, so that it blends in terms of color, but its shape is not organic looking. It's just very rigid square.
That's accurate, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Like a large ice cube.
There you go.
While we're within the tiny hut, Missile will wordlessly reach into his bag of holding and produce 5 potions of cold resistance and kind of just set them on the ground in front of Isolde. And look at her with tired eyes like you know what to do with these.
Good thinking, Missile. I'll hand them out to Johoff and I guess Missile and Demarcus and myself and Vosner.
Okay.
Do those
Okay.
just last an hour?
Yeah. She's gonna say like not
Yeah.
to drink right now, but to have on hand.
Okay.
I put one in Demarcus's inventory.
Nice.
So we know Johoff's situation. Is anyone else like properly exposed to the cold?
Oh yeah, keep going.
What is the?
And Johoff isn't anymore. He's got a cloak.
Okay.
And it's not cold in a hut, right?
Correct.
No.
It's dry and warm. It's a controlled temperature in the hut.
Okay.
Missile, who's not wearing his magic armor, would also be exposed.
I've got a hat and a cloak of elvenkind on.
Oh, okay. So, fair enough.
And a bag. Yeah. A strategically placed bag that he's wearing over his neck rather than his shoulder.
Well, if you all would like, we could sleep for the night here. Or we can carry on. But I think contact Porter. I don't think it would be wise for us to continue going if it's possible that we could have help. And she'll sit down and use her Ring of a Monitor to send a message to Porter.
I do just have to ask if that will work through the dome, or if you have to step outside of it, because it says magic can't be cast through it from either side. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll
step outside.
Yeah, I'll say you have to step outside. That's a great question.
Good attention to detail. Yeah, so she'll step outside and send a message to Porter. And she'll say, "We need your help in the ruins. All our supplies are gone. We need furs and..." Can you hear me or no?
Yeah, so you cut out for a second.
Oh. We need furs and boots and food. We came in the southern entrance. And that's all I have.
So, there's a delay because it is 2 a.m. And you get a response that just says, I'm trying to remember his voice. Isolde. That is unfortunate. I am currently occupied. We are in the ruins nearby. Can you get to us?
Yeah, I have no way of responding to him, but that's good to know. So she'll go back in the hut. Porter has no way of getting to us, but I think that he is over in the host tower, so it is possible if we leave the way we came or out maybe one of the holes in the ceiling that we could at least get to the host tower and get some supplies from them.
We'll be returning, correct?
Of course.
Good.
Right.
Do we want to do that now then?
No, I think we should rest first. And then I don't think they'll be going anywhere. It's the middle of the night.
Alright. The hut lasts for like 8 hours, right?
Correct.
Missile immediately falls asleep.
We should set watch. Damon, do you mind?
Can you say that one more time?
Oh, someone should keep watch. Do you mind?
Yes, Captain Prinya. I will take up a post near where we came in.
Oh, yeah, just outside the hut is fine.
He can't leave the hut.
Oh,
If he does, it
well then.
dispels
What?
itself.
But
He-
I
But
can't.
the rest of us can?
Yeah, the
can-
rest of you can, but he can see out of it.
Oh, okay. Then I guess we'll sleep for the night.
DeMarcus sleeps frowning. Oh, wait, no, he's here for that. He doesn't. He didn't.
How does DeMarcus sleep?
Yeah, no, John is right. It's a permanent frown.
Okay, so you're gonna have Damon on watch the whole time. I did note that
I
Damon
guess
was.
Vosner can watch too, since he didn't suffer any exhaustion.
Oh, you're gonna stay up during the night, or you're not gonna rest?
I'll take my shift, or I'll take a couple
Oh, okay,
shifts.
sure.
Then I'll take the normal amount.
Okay, yeah. So you'll take one shift. Look at you clicking the long rest buttons before you know if there's a random encounter. For
Jeez.
shame. Yeah. Uh-oh, indeed.
I was following Tim's lead.
Tim.
Wow.
Here, I'll undo all of that. There we go.
Always better to ask for forgiveness than for
He's right.
Johaf dies in his sleep.
Oh
Just
no.
because.
You are forgiven.
Well, someone had to be sacrificed.
Okay. So, let's see. What's your... Well, I guess, let me see. Let me move Vosner here. Okay, so Damon, you're no longer emitting light. Let me turn that off. Unless you want to have your flaming sword on.
I guess I don't know exactly how it would work, but I guess my intuition would be if I have light from the hut and there's concerns about limited oxygen supply moving in or out, I would probably have extinguished it.
Yeah, I think your oxygen supply is fine. I think the only issue would be... Yeah, I guess you wouldn't get to illuminate the area to see it. But the room itself is lit, as there are a number of, like... there's kind of like a hole in the ceiling that you can like look up and see the sky, and through that hole, snow is falling in, and moonlight is coming in, which is illuminating the kind of pool faintly, which is reflecting off the walls, giving you a general dim lit room. So Damon is keeping watch while the rest of you take turns sleeping. Damon, make a perception roll for me. Cool. So the first half of the night is pretty uneventful. There's not a lot of noise. But a couple of hours in, you start to hear metal, like footsteps, and it sounds like metal on concrete or metal on stone. Very heavy set. And it sounds like a number of figures are walking down the hall, and it's starting from the north side of you. So directly north of you, you can kind of hear them coming around the corner. What do you do?
I immediately go to arouse Isolde and say, Captain Brynja, there are figures that appear to be approaching from the north.
And she'll get up. And I assume she hears whatever this is. Does it just sound like, I don't know, like boots? Like DeMarcus's
Yeah,
boots?
roll a perception roll for Isolde. By the way, how many of you slept in your armor?
In our armor?
Well, Drosner doesn't have to, but doesn't have to worry about that, but the heavy armor wearers, DeMarcus and Isolde, I guess.
DeMarcus probably would have taken his off, to be honest with you.
Yeah, okay. So DeMarcus is not wearing his armor. Let me unequip that.
I assume mine wouldn't either, because I think that just brings more exhaustion, and she's already dead tired.
Yeah.
So I'll unequip that.
We do enter into some weird territory where the thing that didn't dissolve on you was your armor, but we'll just say like it's disassemblable. Like you've got armor like padding on underneath that is not dissolved. Just for the sake of whatever. So Isolde, as you sort of go up there to the edge of the hut with Damon, let me change the music.
Don't be battle music, don't be battle music, don't be battle music.
You hear the sound Damon was describing. It's like this kind of thick plate scraping against the stone, and you hear sort of faint, I wouldn't say moaning noises, but they're just kind of like, well, you've encountered undead before. They give off a certain kind of sound as they move. It's not human sounding, but it is, I don't know. It's an uneasy sound. It makes you feel uncomfortable, but it's sort of the weird moan that undead give as they shamble around. And walking down from above where you guys are at, you hear more boots walking on the path, and then you hear those boots step into a puddle, which splashes as the footsteps get closer and closer. And all of a sudden, a large figure comes looming around the corner, and it does not seem to look at you, and it gets to this room, and it pauses, and it kind of like sniffs the air, and it looks to its right, and it looks to its left, right towards you guys, and it waits. And a number of smaller figures show up behind it. And then they continue on.
Whew.
Can all of you make a stealth roll for me?
Boo.
Does sound travel in and out of it?
Oof.
Woo!
It doesn't say anything about sound being either allowed or barred, so I'm not sure.
Okay, so Damon, describe what you do that makes an audible sound.
I would say I am just like fixated watching what's happening, and I'm very tense. And as I'm just like braced for whatever's gonna happen, the weight of like my body on my damaged feet like causes one to just like crack and fall out from underneath me, and so I like stumble into the wall and like hit it hard with all 300 pounds of me.
Okay. Immediately, all of the heads of these figures turn in your direction, and this big figure walks back, And
I'm like nudging people to get them to wake up.
this smaller
What?
skeletal figure approaches the hut and sort of stares at it in its opaqueness. And he's like 6 inches away from Damon, just looking straight at him.
Um,
And
can we cast? Okay.
And he turns around and walks back. And they start walking down the hallway.
Oof.
Dang.
Tense.
And after 10 minutes or so, you can't hear them anymore.
The hell were those?
Did any of us recognize them?
I will just say that Isolde's passive religion check and DeMarcus's passive religion check and your guys' extensive knowledge of fighting things like this would just yield to you that they looked undead and they moved like undead.
Is that indicative of a necromancer in here?
I don't know. Either that or it has something to do with the portal.
Troublesome.
Very.
To be sure, they came from the north, so if they came from the portal, perhaps the portal is to the north.
Yes, I suppose that is a good indication.
Yeah.
Well, we should try to get some sleep.
Missile immediately falls back asleep.
Yes, I will resume my watch.
Thank you. She'll
Yeah,
kind of
assist
uneasily
them
go
in
back to
this time.
sleep.
John, could I wake up early both to fix Damon's foot and construct a new Morty, which I think I can do after a long rest? Assuming. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to talk to you about that because I kind of wanted it to be a time, like a long thing to do, but it does say after a long rest. So what I'll say is like you can, if you spend an hour doing it, you can rebuild it. I'll just assume that it's something where like you kind of do little bits of it here and there during the day, which is why it takes a long rest. It takes 24 hours of like tinkering around to rebuild it. So I'm just assuming Missile's been sort of slowly assembling Morty while talking to people and stuff.
Got it. I will take that out of my inventory. 10 spare parts?
Yeah, I can't remember what we decided. It depends on how much they weigh. I think the idea was that Morty weighs like 20 pounds or something. So whatever would add up to 20 pounds of spare parts.
Let's say 20.
Okay. That works for me.
Cool.
And, okay. So you guys continue your long rest. And, Damon, make another perception roll for me.
What watch do you want me to be on, John?
Whatever one you want. If you want to be on the second to last or last. You've done 2 watches essentially right now.
Okay. I guess I'll be on the last one.
Okay. Damon, you continue to kind of stand in this hallway looking through your sort of one-way mirror, if you will, out into this room. And time goes by and you just hear the gentle trickle of water. Until you hear that familiar sound of boots again. This time...
I was
Oh, yeah, keep going.
just going to say, this time I wouldn't rouse anybody. I would just wait to see what happened.
Sure. This time, it's slightly different. you hear the big boots coming through, and that figure kind of walks out into the center of the room, his metal boots sort of scraping across the stone, and then splashing through the water. And behind him, the similar sound of the little sort of smaller metal and bone feet scraping across the stone. But you also hear a different sound, the sound of something being dragged. It sounds like sort of this smooth cloth being pulled against stone. And as it comes around the corner, you can see what it is. Do you do anything?
No, I just continue watching, but I'm watching very carefully to try and learn anything I can from this.
Okay. So what you see is all of those figures are now walking down the hall, but each one of them is dragging something behind it. And in the dim light, you can see that it is the corpses of what look to be people wearing the regalia of the Queen's, like the Queen's Guard. And they are dragged through the room, through the water. The corpses look dead and lifeless. And they move all the way through and past you. And the big figure sort of stands looming in the center of the room and walks over to this edge. And as these figures are being dragged through the room and out of the room, this large figure kind of stands and stares at your hut and waits a beat. And then turns and follows after the rest of those figures.
And roughly how long have we been resting at this point?
I'd say you have 2 hours left of your rest, so you've been resting about 6 hours.
Okay, yeah, then I think Damon would try and let everybody get the last 2 hours of rest before waking them up.
Okay. And the rest of your... you eventually wake up Vosner. Vosner, would you like to have a scene talking to Damon, or no?
Yeah, I'll say, so did anything interesting happen while we were awake or asleep?
Yes, do you remember the figures we saw move south through the corridor?
Yeah, the giant undead, right?
Yes, they returned, headed north again, this time with bodies in tow. I believe they were the Queen's people.
The Queen's people. Huh. Which way did they go?
They returned through the northeast corridor, the one from whence they came.
Okay, well that makes sense. Did they notice us through your hut? Well, obviously not, but
If they noticed us, they let us be, but there was a moment where the large one seemed to know that something was here.
it's interesting. It's pretty dangerous.
Indeed, this seems to be bad news, whatever way we slice it. If those Queen's people were here for us, then that is bad news in and of itself. If not, we still have to deal with whatever those things were.
Do you think the party would be up for fighting a giant undead?
I do not know. It seems at this point that is unlikely, but that is also what it may come to. Regardless, we will have to hope that once we are done with our rest, we will be in a better position to determine what our next steps will be.
Yeah. Well, I guess that'll impact what we're doing next. So we'll tell Isolde, and we'll kind of go from there.
Indeed, the captain will know what to do.
Yeah. She's good for that. All right. Well, I guess get however much rest you can. I don't know how that exactly works, but I got it from here.
Thank you, Vosner. Should you need me, please rouse me.
Yeah, no problem. All right. And then I guess I'll make a perception check.
Yep. Yeah.
Hey, not bad.
So there's not a lot going on, and it's starting to get a little bit lighter. But with the perception that high, at one point you see a figure, a shrouded, sort of ethereal looking figure. I don't know how far your vision goes. Can you see that?
Shrouded ethereal
In
figure?
the corner left here, moving?
Yeah, I could see it.
Yeah, so it comes out and sort of looks in your direction, and then it turns and flies back into the wall.
Huh.
And out of sight.
Would Vosner recognize that, or just know that it's a ghost?
Make a religion check.
Religion. Okay.
Yeah. You
Ooh,
have,
yeah.
I'll just say, because you rolled so high, you've seen him before. It's a ghost.
Sweet. Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
And the rest of your watch is rather uneventful. You sit in the warm comfort of your hut, listening to the water gently trickle and flow down the hallway, and nothing comes down the path. And it is now, I guess, 9 or 10 a.m. in the morning when your shift is over, and you guys all get a full rest. But do not get any exhaustion points gone.
Okay.
John, is there a way for you to deduct hit dice?
Well, you're at full health. You could just use a few.
Okay, yeah, good point. Good point.
Yeah,
Good.
mine fully restored.
Well, had
After
you
a long
used
rest?
all of them?
I had used 4 of 9.
Yeah, so you'll
On
get
my
5
list.
back.
Oh, okay.
I think. I mean, it's not like a huge deal. One or the other.
Missile will get up slightly earlier to put the, I think, finishing touches on Mortimer 2.
Yeah.
If that's kosher.
I assume
Cool.
this is like Mortimer 72.
Yeah, true enough.
But yeah, you tinker away in the morning. Oh, Dylan, make a wisdom saving throw for me. And you have Demarcus's aura because because you slept next to him.
Saving throw, you say?
Yeah, wisdom. saving
Hang
throw.
on 1 second. Yeah, let me see
How,
something.
how
here.
dare you use my aura to protect yourself from whatever it is that you're wrapped up in?
I don't know if this counts as against magic, but my gnome cunning also gives me advantage on wisdom throws against magic.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's 1. Did you
Oh.
say take 2, or
No, just
or did you say it has advantage? Okay,
no, it does not.
got it. Ta-da-da. Cool.
Perfect.
Okay.
That's what I like to see.
Yeah. So, all of a sudden, the hut fades because it has been 8 hours, and you are immediately blasted with cold air, which is -10 degrees, and it just like, it's like you were just thrown out of a plane. It is super cold, super fast, like flash freezes like any cup of water that you had like next to you that you might have been drinking out of, and you are now back in the tunnel of this dungeon, and yeah, what do you do?
Okay.
So,
I
go ahead.
report what I see during the night, and I say that we just have to be aware of the different types of undead. It seemed like there's a ghost of some sort, a spirit that kind of travels through here. They didn't see us through the hut though, so I think this thing is going to help us out a lot.
Yet, I am certainly grateful that we weren't sleeping in this cold all night.
Yes, though I am afraid I must compound the bad news. Whatever those things were, those undead,
Anyone say anything else?
they returned, and were carrying the Queen's people with them, or
Hello?
what remained of them.
Did I get booted?
I can hear you,
Garrett,
Garrett.
we can hear you.
I think you might have muted everybody else, maybe.
Oh, sorry. The dog kind of messed with my volume.
Yeah, no worries. So Damon just reported to everybody that he saw what he saw.
Okay.
You saw them pulling corpses of who?
They were members of the Queen's Guard, or the Queen's Magi, something to that effect. Either way, they were Queen's people, and it seems like if the Queen's people were here, they were here for some reason.
Yes. It is very odd.
It is also likely that they are aware something or someone else is here. The big one, he stopped to stare for a moment. He did not move to attack, but he seemed to indicate that he was aware something was there.
Well, I think first things first, we need to go and meet up with the others and see about some supplies and furs. But when we return, we should be ready to face undead.
Yeah, that'll be wise.
I'm curious as to why the Queen's Guard were here.
Is it possible that we were followed?
It is. I mean, Bartholomew was clear that we weren't that stealthy. But
It doesn't.
it's...
Does it necessarily have something to do with us? I just assumed she kept guards on the island anyways because she was being protective of it.
Yes, it seems like it would be a bit delayed if they were following us. But it would make sense if they were just guards. I'm not sure. Perhaps we can ask Luthar and Kirath if they know anything about these figures.
So is that the first order of business for the day? Is swinging by there?
I think so. I don't think I can last in this cold very long without furs, and I am probably the one of us most used to the cold, so I don't envy the rest of you. She kind of looks over at Joe Hoff.
Joe off pulls his cloak even tighter around himself and his right side is shivering.
I think probably we could take a look up through the holes in the ceiling and see if we can find a way to the host tower. Vosner might be able to lift us up through the ceiling as a wyvern.
I could do that. Like one person at a time?
Probably not Damon, but
Yeah, there'd be some major limitations.
What CR is a giant eagle? I don't remember offhand.
I think
I'm pretty
high.
sure I would have seen one of them.
Yeah, let me check. Giant Eagle is... Whoa, it's only CR1? The fuck?
Nice.
But it's only large, with a strength of 16, so I don't think it could carry... I think you're thinking of something else. What do they... what does Critical Role always use? They always use eagles.
Yeah, or a giant owl. They always use giant eagles.
That seems weird, because they only have like 26 HP.
Yeah.
They've
I-
carried lots of people with the giant eagle, like 2 medium-sized characters at once.
I'll allow
Maybe-
a giant eagle to carry a single person with its talons.
yeah.
Because it's...
Yeah, Damon canonically weighs 330 pounds, plus whatever equipment he has on. So,
Fair.
probably roughly 400 with everything.
Yeah, I'll say that you can make some athletic checks to see if you could carry him out as a giant eagle.
Okay.
We can
Athletics it is.
also check to see if there's like other exits.
Yes, we could check this door or one of the ones that we passed before. What does this door look like, John?
That door is very thick, very old, solid wood with a metal latch for a handle that looks like it has a large keyhole in it. And there is cool, like, air blowing from underneath the door.
I was thinking something more like following the flow of the stream out,
Oh,
because like it's heading somewhere.
well, Vosner can at least poke his head out and see where we're at. We will start with that, maybe. And then see which exit would be best for us to find.
Alright, so you want me to just poke my head out and look out into the room? Or...
Oh, no, up through the holes in the ceiling.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I could do that. So, Vosner will turn into a giant eagle.
Okay.
I
It
don't
is a
have
large creature, so I
Um,
would imagine you'd have to kind of figure something out.
Damon might offer, instead of having Vosner risk himself that way, to send E out and just look through his eyes to see what there is.
Yeah, you have a familiar.
Oh.
Let's
Do
Okay.
that.
Okay. So I will imagine you just can poof him out of a pocket dimension.
Yep.
And you just send him up the sort of biggest hole in the ceiling.
Yeah.
Okay. He takes off, and you're looking through his eyes, and he sort of zooms through this giant hole in the ceiling that's sort of this cavernous hole that looks like it maybe formed naturally as running water just burnt, like kind of worked its way through the stone. It's not a super wide hole. It's maybe like 10 feet wide at its widest points and 5 feet at its smallest. And it is, kind of jagged with ice and snow kind of all over it. And at about 60 feet up, you make your way out.
Hang on, John. I just looked it up, and apparently I can only see through its eyes when it's within 100 feet of me.
Okay.
So I don't know if that'll end up working or not.
Yeah, so I think it'll just work to the point where you could get out, and then what he sees is in the distance the host tower, which is probably I don't know, 200 yards, maybe a little bit more away. Right underneath you, basically what's above where you guys are at, is a bunch of ruins, old structures which have kind of fallen apart, and scattered amongst the ruins are just like lots of ice and debris, and it does not look like it's easily traversable terrain, but you could probably walk through it. But it is as soon as the mechanical owl sort of makes its way out of the tunnel, it is hit by the sort of light around the area and a huge gust of wind that almost like sends it flying, as it sort of like emerges above the windbreak.
Yeah, at that point, I would like use an action to poof it back into the pocket dimension and then tell everybody that the host tower is roughly 200 yards away through rough-looking terrain. It is possible that we could cross it, but might be risky.
Do we know anything about the Netherese ruins being connected to the host tower? Because I know the host tower was built later, right?
Correct. You know it was built later. You also know that there are rumors that they are connected. I think Missile might have at one point come across something that suggested that there was some sort of later connection made.
Yeah, that may have been mentioned way back in Silvery Moon.
Yes.
Yeah. And the host tower was what, like northeast of us?
Correct.
We might be better off trying to find the tunnels that lead to the host tower instead of being exposed.
It stands to reason that the undead we saw earlier came from the host tower. Surely they have no business just frolicking about in the sewers.
Did they leave any tracks or trails?
Yeah, make
No
a survival check for me.
I will... no, I won't flash genius.
Yeah, I'll just say that you walk over and you can clearly see the footprints in the, obviously where the running water is, all of that is just water, but in the harder stone areas, a very thick or a very thin layer of snow just sort of fallen through the hole above is indicative of foot traffic. And then some of that is obscured because it appears that the bodies were dragged, and you can see kind of where the capes and the cloth had been like pulled through the snow.
It seems like they headed this direction, so...
Does it stand...
Sorry, go ahead, Laura. I was just going to ask, would I have seen if like the bodies had furs or anything on them?
Yeah, they were equipped with furs and clothes and their gear.
So that might solve that problem.
Yeah, I would have shared that with the rest of the group as well.
Does it stand to reason that the hourly constitution check would also occur if we were up on the top level?
I'll just metagame it and say it's even colder up there, right above where you guys are at.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we want to stay in the tunnels.
Alright. Well, I will use the Ring of a Monitor again and send Porter a message and say, we are rested and on our way to you, trying to find a way through the tunnels. Any information on the tunnels? And that's all I got.
He answers, and he's sort of got his mouth full, like maybe he's eating breakfast. And he says, Izzy, yeah, I'm afraid we haven't found a entrance to the tunnel on our side, but you're welcome to find one and try to connect up with us. Good luck.
Alright. Well, I suppose we will follow the path then. Is everyone ready?
Was Missile able to fix my feet?
Yeah, I'll say Missile was able to fix your feet, and then for that I will make sure that your integrated armor is back on, so your armor should be
Okay.
21 again. I fixed
I'll
it.
take another like 5 out of the
Yeah,
spare parts.
I like that idea. Yeah.
Cool.
And so you
And then
fix his feet.
can I get a Morty token as well?
Oh yeah, sorry.
No worries.
Oh, let me give him health.
Missile will mutter to himself, like, "We'll wonder what programming deficiencies this model will have." He'll look at it disapprovingly from minute 1.
It waves sadly.
And despite that, I will say thank you for repairing my feet, Master Missile. Your work, as always, is impeccable.
Oh, thank you, Damon. I'm glad you think so. If only those bastards at the university thought so as well. He'll go off on a tirade about merit-based academia and so forth.
Beautiful.
Only the people from Silvery Moon getting jobs. Sorry.
Yes, well, it's all who you know.
Do the footprints lead up through this kind of lush reflective pool one, or the
Yes.
center one?
No, through the lush reflective
Oh, okay.
Who's actually doing the tracking? Because they should be up front.
I think Vosner was.
Well, move your token, Vosner.
Izzy's kind of
Alright.
trailing behind because she's got 2 levels of exhaustion.
Didn't you
Likewise.
have a potion you were going to take for that?
Yeah, I suppose I should. It gets rid of all levels of exhaustion, though. I feel like I should save it until it's super effective.
Well, you might die.
You take
Yeah,
half and I'll take half.
I think.
Save it up until you're at levels like 6 exhaustion.
Yeah. No, I think she would take it just based on not being able to get to Terran on time when they were up fighting those worms. She does not like moving half speed. Let me put it in the chat.
Love that copy-pasted formatting.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
0 charges, not equipped, not proficient. Cool. That's fine. I know.
Is that what it showed up as?
Yeah, I mean it doesn't.
Oh.
You didn't fill in any of the details, so it looks a little bit like you were like, this is a potion of everything's good now, and
Yep.
it was in my inventory the whole time. And
Yeah.
it says here I gained 6 levels, so I guess I got to do that.
For sure.
Zelda becomes a god.
Okay, so I'm gonna say DeMarcus follows after Vosner as he follows the tracks. And Vosner, as you enter this room, you notice that there are like these thick metal walls that seem to indicate that maybe this was being used as a prison. You see some barrels, a knocked over stool, and a series of doors and that look like they lead to small kind of solitary confinement chambers.
Gotcha. Are those papers just papers?
They're
or-
just arbitrary
Alright,
map artifacts
just
that don't mean
arbitrary.
anything.
Just questioning everything.
Are there like gaps in these doors?
No, they're like solid.
Do they look like they've been in use recently?
No, they look old.
Is there like a little slidey door that we can like look through them? Like a
Yeah,
peephole?
there's like a little peephole you can slide it open.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
peek in
will
and
look
see if there's
through
any
one of the
supplies.
holes.
Okay, so Taryn, as you slide it open to look inside, the like metal of it sticks until you get it just right, and then it kind of slams open and it makes a loud sound which rings out through the room and kind of echoes off the walls. And then you look in and see essentially a pile of bones.
Ah,
Cute.
Are any of
I
these?
te-
Sorry, go ahead.
I tell the group that there's a pile of bones in there.
Checks out.
Repulsive. I know they're part of the map, but like, could Missile rummage through these papers and see if there's anything interesting?
There's nothing. It's all ashes and it's
Bummer.
all just falling apart.
Just out of a sense of thoroughness, Taryn checks the other ones, hoping there's furs.
You find similar things. Basically just bones, skeletons, chamber pot.
And they look like they haven't been disturbed for like eons.
Correct, yeah. And you approach this metal door, which is actually open. And looks like it has been pushed open via, recently, because the snow sort of disturbed, and you can still see Vosner, the tracks on the ground, which, let me draw the direction you see the tracks here. So, as you sort of walk, it follows that path.
Okay. I'm gonna sort of check down the hallways.
And as you walk into this hallway,
Great.
a stiff breeze hits you from the north side. It's strange to have a wind blowing like this in a tunnel, where the rest of it had been fairly still.
Coming from the north.
Uh-huh.
All right. I say, well, if we're looking to get out of these hallways, that might be a way to go to the tower, but I don't know which way it would take us. And I just kind of gesture to the north, or we could continue following these tracks.
You also notice that there's a path to the south.
And we can continue to the south as well. Looks like there's something.
I think going through open land unprotected will be a death sentence.
So I think we should keep following the tracks.
We are sure to find something if we do.
And I would assume DeMarcus also wants to follow the tracks of the undead.
Could we gauge his response? How he thinks, just given the
severity of the frown.
Yeah,
the
his
severity of the
frown is
frown.
at full mast.
Interesting.
Well, then I
can't
guess we should
breathe.
continue to go this way. I'll continue to keep my eyes open, see if there's any traps or anything.
Yeah.
Do I need to
So,
roll for anything?
nope. As you guys walk this direction, you find essentially a passageway that leads down a hallway that narrows. And as it narrows, you see at the end of it is sort of a dark chamber, which you can't see very well into, but Missile can. That is sort of covered in rubble, as though this is a naturally formed hallway, maybe something that was dug or just formed on its own, and it sort of has kind of slammed into a sort of unnatural, something built with walls. And do you guys go down the hallway?
I can't see anything other than it's just black.
I know, because I'm going to have to throw you on a different map if you do.
Oh.
So,
I assume so. That seems
Except
like
for the
the sort of thing
tracks,
that we're looking for.
Yeah. So the tracks start to fade as you sort of get into this area that is no longer like dirt covered or like snow covered and kind of dirty floor, but is now like moving in towards polished stone. And you guys enter into
Oh, good.
this place.
What was
Roll
it called?
for initiative.
The crypt.
Oh, it's called the crypt.
You guys aren't supposed to
Nothing
see the
bad
name.
happens in crypts.
It's fine.
Ideal.
This is where you wanted to go, right? And
This all looks
so
normal.
you walk in, and the room is very dark. But Missile, with his dark vision, can see
Yeah.
that the
I
walls
say, everybody stop!
the walls are thin, are smooth and stone and polished, and on the ground are gravestones. This is a crypt. You can tell almost immediately. There are nameplates on the gravestones, and they are in Netherese.
Hmm.
Can I read them?
If we're
Yep.
getting like deeper underground, is it getting a little bit like warmer?
Once you entered this area, it did warm up a few degrees. It is still cold in here. In fact, sort of, there's a feeling of unnatural chill in here that is a little bit unsettling. But it is not the kind of stiff breeze that you were experiencing earlier and that Damon described that the owl experienced.
As soon as we enter here, I immediately cast Mage Hand to grab Isolde by the back and like tell her to stop.
Yeah, so Mage
Before she-
Hand does 10 pounds of weight, so it would just kind of tug at her, but it would not
Yeah,
be
that's
able to
basically
move
what
her
I
whole
wanted to
body.
I would step back once I felt
Yeah.
it.
Like just kind of like somebody reaching out to like stop, don't go any further. And then when she looks, the Mage Hand will point down to the hallway and will hold up at least 4 fingers.
Vosner will
Oh,
cast Dark Vision on himself.
Okay.
I had that prepared. So that I could see. Let me
Okay.
roll it.
And to be sure, Missile will eventually state the obvious and say, "Our enemies are up ahead."
all right.
I don't know how you can advance my vision, John, but I get 60 feet of vision now.
Yep, I'm on it.
I think my character token is still a light source.
Is there a way to get a surprise
it
round on these
shouldn't be.
things if we just like?
Because like last time I had the light spell cast.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Okay.
It's just you have dim. I gave everybody a little bit of dim vision, I think, so that it wouldn't be totally black. So
Okay.
that's probably what you're seeing.
Okay, cool. Taryn will whisper that he can cast light so the party can see. Just tell him when to do so they don't give ourselves away.
Yes, you must not do that right now, Taryn.
Then I'll ready the light spell for someone telling me to cast it.
Okay. So you guys sort
Um,
of communicate with yourselves in the dim light to each other.
If we are going to attack them, Missile, do you think that you could get an early shot before the rest of us can see them?
I believe so.
Then,
Actually, I don't know if this is not coming across, but Isolde, there is a otherworldly light that's sort of emanating in the other room that is allowing you to see figures to the north.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was because I was set to the observer token or not.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Vosner would probably say to Demarcus, well, since you're good with undead, and I can deal a lot of damage, maybe we should be by the door to try and create a chokehold or stopgap. Maybe you on one side, me on the other.
Who did you say that to? DeMarcus?
Demarcus.
Yeah. He frowns less intensely.
Missile will reach into his bag of holding and pull out like a massive orange sphere and kind of like stick it in the end of his firearm and take aim down the hallway and look at Isolde for a cue.
Vosner will... Does it make noise when I wild shape? I don't know if we...
No, we'll say it's whatever you want. If there's like a bestial roar that you have to do, we can say that. If you can do it quietly, then that's up to you.
Popping
will-
sounds.
As he's walking behind the party to get into position, he'll slowly turn into a wolf. Very
Sweet.
quietly.
I am going to cast Aid on Demarcus, myself, and Taryn.
Okay.
And I will just prep haste so that I can cast that as soon as.
Okay.
And I'm going to use a first level spell slot to set Morty to Force Ballista.
Okay. So.
I'm going to cast back my cloak, revealing my front in all its glory.
Yeah.
A little cold, so things are, there's shrinkage, but in general, still magnificent and ready to go.
They say the ancient Celts would charge into battle fully erect, so,
I'll see what I can do.
All right. Kicked off.
If that ever comes up in trivia night, you heard it here.
Banned from Twitch. All right. Very good. So, you guys, I'll say that basically what's happening is you guys are going to get a surprise round on these figures because they cannot see you. Actually, well, fuck me. They do have dark vision. 60 feet. Okay. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to let
Why is
Missile...
Demarcus in the room?
Well, he was going to... You said have him come to the front. So anyways, I'll say that Missile can shoot from outside of their range, and then once he does he's the only one that's going to get the surprise round to go, if that makes sense.
Got it.
If Missile after he
makes
takes a shot tells Taryn to cast his spell, I have a ready light spell for being told to cast it.
Sure.
But so needs to tell me to.
Okay, so Joe needs to roll initiative, but other than that, we can start with Missile casting his spell. What does Missile do?
Oh, Missile, as I said, he's got that massive orange, like a light bulb shape, tucked into the end of the arcane firearm, and he's going to cast Fireball, if I can pull it off here. I need targets. I guess I gotta target everybody, even though it's a range.
Yeah.
Strange. Okay, let me do that. Bam, 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 bam.
Oh, wait, no. It should drop a template.
Yeah, it should.
Okay, it gave me an error message that I need to target something.
Okay, let me look at your Fireball and make sure.
Turn and cough. Fireball.
Yeah, it's not properly done. Hold on.
Okay.
What the fuck are my spells? There's too many fucking things. There we go.
Such tension.
Yeah, for real.
And let me edit it to, cause it rolls, is it roll greater than 1? Forget.
And
there we go.
If creatures are resistant, if creatures are resistant to fire damage, they are not so resistant.
Okay, your spell should work now. Feel free
let's
to
do it.
hurl it.
Let us make things hot here. I'm gonna send it right. Bam.
Yeah. So, you hurl a fireball, and as it flies through the room, it illuminates the room you guys are in, and everybody who doesn't have dark vision can clearly see that you have stumbled into a crypt or mausoleum, and the fireball hurls itself into the other room and strikes the floor and explodes, making this extremely loud sound as all of these bones and metal go slamming against the wall, and just things fly everywhere, and these creatures get knocked back, and standing sort of in what's after the blast has gone off are these two skeletal warriors in heavy armor, sort of just standing sentry and just at this moment not moving.
Weird.
And that takes us to the top of the order. Johoff, what do you do?
Right. Well, I think we can all agree that while Missile got the surprise round, Johoff with his current clothing will be the most surprising round.
Agreed.
So can I see? I can't really see anything yet, right?
You know that there's shit going on in the other room, but
up north of us.
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
Right,
but you haven't. I mean, the only reason you can't see shit is because you haven't turned the corner. There's a light in that room.
Okay. So I'm going to step forward to here. And actually do what Vosner suggested, and I'm going to dart this dude.
All right. Dart away.
Cool. All right. It was utterly ineffective, and I'll just step back.
Yeah. So you pop out around the corner, half naked.
Actually, you know what? It just occurred to me. I probably don't even have darts anymore, do I?
Ooh, yeah.
I thought you picked some up.
Yeah, but
not like the
ooze would have damaged him.
Oh, right.
Yeah, okay, so you go to pull the darts out of your pack, and then when you go to throw them, you realize that the acid has burned through all of the what is that called? Gilding at the end? Fletching. And you just hurl them, and they kind of just swabble in the air and hit the ground in front of the warriors.
Excellent.
So yeah, Johoff walks back, but it's not even the stroll of someone who's in battle. It's more just he's fuck it, and just walks away.
Yeah. It's pretty epic. Half naked. Well, naked with a cape on. Damon, you're up.
Yeah, so I use haste that I had prepped, and then I'm just going to run forward at the only one I can see from where I am.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll allow you to have cast haste in the surprise round, basically.
Weren't we gonna make a choke point?
Okay. So am I getting 2 actions then?
Yeah, I'll say that.
Okay, then I will use a bonus action to ignite my sword, and I'll just swing at this guy.
Yeah. So you bring the sword down on him, and it just crushes into his armor and just burns through, and his bones just go scattering on the floor.
And then I think I used all my movement getting there.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll just use that other action to dash back towards the choke point.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So you run into the room, smash one into dust, and then run back out of the room. Bosner, it is your turn.
Okay. I guess I only have 50 feet worth of movement. Bosner is just gonna come, I guess, around the corner so I can see something. No, I don't have vision on this token.
Let
Let me see. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
have vision
you
on
need.
my other.
Oh, has vision. Sorry. There you go.
Sweet. Okay. Okay, there we go. That's a lot better. I can see what's going on.
There is one remaining warrior that you can see right in front of you.
I guess Vosner will kind of stand right there, and just kind of hold his ground and leave like a small section for people to move back and forth near the wall.
Okay.
But I'm gonna hold my attack until something comes to
Sure.
attack folks.
Taryn, it is your turn.
I'm gonna move to there. I will see that last guy. Let me check a range on my spell. Touch. 120 feet. All right. I will then just cast Chill Touch on that guy.
Okay. Yeah, you extend your chilling touch. It does what, necrotic damage?
Yeah.
And you can tell that the necrotic energy does not seem as effective in attacking him.
No, I tell people that the necrotic energy doesn't seem to be effective.
And
that's my turn.
Yep. And Missile, you're back up.
Okay, I'm gonna pick up Morty, and we're gonna go up here. And you know what? I just see that warrior, so I'm going to shoot at that warrior.
Okay.
Bam. And let's just do the old firebolt here.
Yeah. So
Excellent.
you hold up your rifle and shoot a firebolt out, and it strikes the warrior, who is sort of now bracing himself ready to enter into battle, and before he can even make his first footsteps, he is struck by the firebolt and killed.
Once again, Missile giggles.
Classic Missile.
Classic.
Okay.
What?
And you hear nothing as the last skeletal figure crumbles to the floor, and the room is sort of filled with this empty silence.
DeMarcus ain't waiting. He's just gonna go in.
You know he would.
That's exactly why I'm doing it that way.
Matt's furiously texting all of us. Do this.
I don't think he can watch it. That's the problem. This is one of the reasons why I really wanted Matt to be here today, and of course he was here for the discussion about how we stay warm, and then left for the moment you encountered a bunch of ungodly creatures. But whatever. Can't
He
plan everything.
he did text that he wanted to fuck them up.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So, I need to take a break because I have to pee. But as you enter into this room, Isolde, you notice that you can feel your connection to the divine being sort of stressed. And you get the feeling that your magic that sort of normally empowers you as you kind of walk around the world feels fainter, as though you feel almost like you did when you were lower level, where you didn't have as much command over your spells, which is just a metagame way of saying that you get the feeling that Radiant is less effective here, and your healing will be lowered.
Damn.
In this mist.
Ooh.
So that's we'll take a break off that point and then come back.
Okie doke.
Okay.
Alright. How's everybody doing?
Apprehensive.
We're doing great. We haven't died. It's
You know,
good.
I'll give this to you guys. When you are at a crossroads, you usually just pick one avenue and just run right down it.
Yep.
Indecision gets you killed, man.
You don't like weigh your options. What about this? What about this? Just like, all right, this is the way we're
We
going.
either spend the entire session weighing options, or we just never make a decision, or never think about our decisions. It's one or the other.
Hesitation is defeat.
I think we're really good at weighing all the options and picking the worst option.
There's something stunningly true. Yep.
What?
What?
That's the best.
We wouldn't be who we are today if it weren't for those terrible decisions we've made in the past.
It's true. In fact, you might even have different characters.
Oh boy.
Yeah, E would still be here, man.
Remember that?
When Damon was like, I'm going to send E out to look, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I still remember that moment. I've rewatched it. That
Nice.
that tentacle is gonna get an opportunity attack on you. Nah, we'll see. Let it roll. And then you're
Let's go
running
with
away from it. It hits you, grapples you, throws you in its mouth, and then you die.
And he dies laughing.
That's how it goes.
It was pretty funny. You were
It
grappled
was a
in
hero's
his...
death.
Yeah, no, it truly was super epic. From a guy who continually said, "I hate boats. Let's not go on boats." It's a cautionary tale. Truly one of the best moments in the campaign. Okay, so I'm guessing everybody's back for the most part, and you guys, like I said, are walking through this crypt. The air is thick with this kind of illuminating mist, which has sort of an unearthly, otherworldly vibe to it that Isolde has noticed has some sort of negative effect on her divine abilities. I kind of gave it to you what the meta actual thing that's happening to you was, but it's not clear that she knows it for sure, that way.
Taryn's gonna poke around the crypt, just to see if he can find anything that points to that resembles the things underneath the guild, runes or whatever that might give hints that there might be a portal.
Yeah, that's a good thought. So what I will say is make a history roll, maybe. And perhaps we'll just add Missile's proficiency with Netherese history stuff to that. Yeah, we'll do it via Flash of Genius, that's fine. So, Taryn, in your observation of the room, sort of looking around and looking at the construction, Missile adds in bits from his knowledge of architecture, and you guys conclude that this is Netherese make, that it is thousands of years old, similar construction to what you saw in the guild, but it is not the exact same, it's not identical, it's just the similar style, but there's no indication that there would necessarily be a portal, from what you can just glean from looking around the room. And in fact, all of the nameplates and things seem to suggest in Netherese that this is just a place where sort of ancient royal families were buried. So if you recall, just to give you a little bit of help, when you were at the kind of ancient temple in Gunderlin, New Gunderlin, or you on the wall in Netherese was written Osadon Portal Hub. So there were references to the portal there. And you do not see any of those here. You wouldn't know the Netherese, so I guess that would be something Missile would notice.
Yeah,
I
was just
assume
gonna
I'm
ask
just
there.
like walking around the crypt, just pointing at interesting things that look a little familiar, and being like, "Hey, Missile, what's this?" Just over and over again.
And repeatedly, Missile gives you a 10 to 12 minute spiel, taking every available tangent.
Speaking of, everybody needs to make a Constitution saving throw, DC 10, to see if they suffer a point of exhaustion due to the cold. And I will assume that you guys have regularly been standing around DeMarcus, so that it does. And I will say that as a great Arctic wolf, Vosner, you have advantage on this roll.
Could I chug a potion of cold resistance to opt out of this since I have 2 points of exhaustion already?
You could, but note that it will only cover you for this 1 hour. But it's your call.
Let's do it.
Okay. So, in the future, I'd rather you chug it before the roll, since the idea is something like, yeah. But
oh, I didn't roll at all, but you meant like 10 minutes ago. I'm gonna
yeah, you should have done it for the upcoming hour. So, show off.
Can I roll?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can I roll an investigation check? So, like, while I'm poking around to see if I find any interesting nooks and crannies.
Yeah. Yeah. So, your investigation check leads you to believe that not only is there nothing in these, like, in this crypt, but that all of these, various sarcophaguses, I guess? I don't know, that basically, wherever the bodies are being placed, have already been opened, looted, and don't have corpses in them. So you kind of, like, peek in the crack of one at one point, and it is just empty.
Okay.
And Johoff, you suffer a point of exhaustion due to the cold. As try as you may to cover up with your cloak, it is not enough to withstand the chilly air.
Yeah, that makes sense. Real quick question, though. You and I had never, I think, and obviously for this time, I'm just going to take the point of exhaustion, but going forward, you and I had never quite nailed down how his tattoo would work for just, like, the normal, like, nature. Like, we talked about how it would work, like, in a battle against cold stuff.
Yeah, I think we determined that you could punch it on for, like, an hour of... Basically, it would give you body warmth. So it's maybe like a life... Like a life preserver if you get to 5 exhaustion or 4 exhaustion and you're gonna go through another hour of cold, you could pop it. Or if you just want to preempt getting cold, sort of like what Missile's doing, you could use it like that.
No, I'll hold off for now. But yeah, that
Okay.
makes good sense. Thanks.
Load up.
Okay.
Load up.
So Johoff, as he's sort of walking into this room, you can see, everybody can see as he's walking that he has sort of slowed his pace as he's starting to shiver and is unable to, like, move at the speed that he normally moves.
Would running another investigation check potentially yield anything else in here?
That is, like, the most
too
meta
forward a
question
question.
I've ever asked.
Yeah. My bad.
No, you're fine, dude.
Yeah, let me just go with that and see if that turns up anything more than Terran's 15.
Yeah, so you spend some more time looking over the room. You discover, because you're, I mean, that's basically the role that Terran had because you Flash of Geniused him. Or wait, did you not for the investigation? You didn't for the investigation.
That was the history check.
Got it. So, similar things. It is a crypt that has been emptied of its contents. It has been completely stripped of its items, gold, and bodies. And it specifically says, to this this ancient family, that you don't really recognize, but it's just one that probably resided over Luskin during the Netherese Empire. It's basically ancient families of Ilusk.
Terribly uninteresting. Yeah.
I don't think that this is getting us any closer to the host tower, and frankly, this place makes me pretty uncomfortable, so maybe we should double back and try one of the other directions.
Does Missile know, like, what direction we're moving in, like, relative to the host tower? Like, are we getting closer?
That's
like,
a good
is this
point. So here's what I'll say based on the orientation. You guys came this way. You guys are. Let me draw a little compass for you. North is that way. Can you read that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the host tower is to the north of us, right?
Correct.
Taryn will say, it looks like this will lead us in the right direction. I don't know if we're any better off going outside and then having all of you guys instantly freeze to death.
Well, we should at least move quickly then.
But, for the record, you guys did travel east before you went north, and you traveled down a hallway quite a ways. So you don't necessarily know if, you've gone off the path, so to speak. And you had 200 or 300 yards worth of traveling to do before you reached your endpoint, but that's just whatever.
Well, Taryn's just going to stick with it, so...
Yeah, she's mostly worried about us dawdling and being exposed to the cold for too long.
Very cool. So, DeMarcus frowns and follows.
And this would be east, right?
Yep.
It's told us stop!
Yeah. So, as you come around the corner, in the room to the north, Isolde can see, because it's illuminated by the mist, three figures, skeletal figures, standing kind of in the center of this room.
There's more up ahead.
And Taryn, make a perception roll for me. Yeah, to the south, or I guess technically that's west, Taryn, northwest, you hear the familiar scraping sounds of large boots on stone.
Alright, I will tell people that there's something big to the northwest. Or the big guys down here.
Can we silently cast spells? Is that
Depends on
possible?
the spell. Some spells require somatic components or verbal components, and if they do, then we kind of imagine that they're being cast in loud magic voice.
I was going to cast Grease to the west, so that if that thing rounds the corner, it's going to slip and fall.
Yes,
Yeah.
Let's take care of these smaller ones first.
Okay. Just, alright, yeah, fair enough. Shall we go for a stealth attack?
Yes.
And
If you can manage it.
this time, the figures who are kind of down this hallway, I guess they still can't see you because it's 60 feet. I guess they don't do anything.
If it's cool, could I send some scorching rays in there?
It is cool, so yes.
So cool.
Let's do it. Alright. Let me see if I can just multi-target all three
Yeah,
of them.
why don't you do it,
no.
and we'll do it out of combat and just see what happens after you cast it, and then we'll just start combat after that. Unless anybody else wants to cast a spell from range.
throw in a ray of frost just for the hell of it.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
I could Sacred Flame.
Yeah. So,
Sacred Flame is 60 feet. Never mind.
yeah, how long is Ray of Frost? Ray of Frost is 60 feet as well.
Time
Um,
to get a little bit closer.
yeah, so the second you move into that closer range, they can see you back, though. And they
Yeah,
can start
can
shooting
you-
on you.
Yeah, then I wouldn't.
Um,
And also the number is still wrong. So can you undo the ray of frost damage?
Yep. Fixed it. Okay, so yeah, so what happens in this sort of moment of, I guess, just Missile? Missile readies his firearm at the advice of the group and hurls a scorching ray across the room. The bolts go flying one into the archer, one in each into the warrior, all striking simultaneously, and the archer crumbles and falls to the ground. And as soon as that happens, Vosner, make a dexterity saving throw
Oh, shit.
as a Great Wolf. Oh my god. So, as a Great Wolf, a door that you had just kind of walked past descends from the ceiling and lands on your wolf's hind legs and smashes into them.
Ugh.
Great.
And you take 19 bludgeoning damage.
Ooh.
As the door comes down, it pins your back legs under the door, and you are trapped under it, half under the door. Just basically your back legs. And there is a sound that begins to fill the entire space around you, and it echoes ominously through the chambers from the south, or from the west and from the east. And it sounds like laughter.
Oh, God.
Familiar laughter?
Otherworldly, evil, dark laughter.
Can I try to pull this door up off of his legs?
And, yeah. Let me...
Damon would try and help.
So, yeah, you guys turn, and as you're trying to, like, pry open the door, tell me exactly what you're doing.
As soon as she heard that slam, she would turn around and try to get her hands underneath the door and pull it back up off his legs.
Okay, so here's what's happening. You guys have entered into combat.
That's a lot of people.
Oh,
Whoa!
God.
Whoa!
And you can hear in the distance the sound of dozens of footsteps running on stone as a voice laughs over and over and over, and it's just echoing through the room. And we'll say that you guys get basically a round of what do you do to the door. So Vosner's pinned, and we'll say it goes to Vosner's turn. What do you do?
I guess if I could shape out of it, I'd probably get even more hurt. So.
Not necessarily. You're also really quiet. Did you move away from your mic?
No. Yeah, I guess if I Druid shape out, then I would get crushed more, or not?
Not necessarily. It depends on how you shift and what you shift into, and there's a lot of sort of wiggle room here. You could try to shift into something bigger and open the door, or you could try to shift into something smaller and escape the crush of the door. I'm allowing for some creativity here.
Gotcha. I don't think a scorpion would work very well. I'd probably crush everyone. So, feeling pinned, I guess Vosner will... Could I wild shape from a wild shape to another one?
I don't think we've ever... I think there's a precedent for us doing that, in that we did it once with the Gnome Squad. We had them do it, so... actually, no, maybe it wasn't Gnome Squad. Maybe it was Dragon Squad. They did it once in a fight where the guy was like a flying thing and then turned into a dinosaur and landed on somebody. So I'll allow it, yeah. Wild shape to another wild shape.
That opens so many options for me. Anyway, so Vosner will... quickly turn into a wormling and try and scoot his way out as quickly as possible.
Okay. Make a
holding it.
dex save as a wormling. And you're scooting towards your group, correct?
Yeah, towards the group.
Okay.
Let me pull that out.
No, just scoot the other way and escape.
Yeah. Peace. Alright. Yeah, okay. Now... Token. Saving throw, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, so we'll say that you get crushed again as that form, but I'm gonna let you be unpinned. So you're still gonna take 19 damage in that shape.
Okay.
But you manage to squeeze out. It kind of like crushes off your wormling tail, so it just severs it. But it means the rest of you is still there. So yeah, your hind legs transform into a tail, which is immediately severed by the weight of the door. And you are now on the other side of it as it slams down the rest of the 6 inches to the ground and seals off entirely.
Nice.
And the laughter continues to echo through the hallways.
Nice. Alright. And then I'll just kind of stay there.
Okay.
I don't know if I can... Well, do I have my full move action, I guess? Or no?
Yeah, I mean, you can move wherever you want. You have the rest of your turn.
Alright, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Vosner will just kind of come over here. That should be about 50 or so feet.
Okay, yeah.
I think Vosner's out of the initiative order.
Oh.
Why not?
Because of the token change.
Yeah. Let me add you.
He was like immediately above me.
Yeah, I was 20, whatever.
I just rolled for you. I'll change it. Hey, I just re-rolled it and got it to 20. Perfect. That's some high quality DMing right there. I forgot to turn off my my auto 20 roll mod. Shit, sorry you guys saw that.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna begin combat from this point. And so basically this figure moves. This figure moves. This figure moves. This figure moves. Vosner has gone. Taryn, you're up.
I'm going to move my 30 feet up behind Vosner.
Okay.
And how far does that put me away from these guys?
65 feet.
Just out of range. I'm just gonna chuck another useless chill touch at him because that's my only option.
Yeah.
And
It's a pretty effective roll. You crit.
Crit.
Nice. Yeah. You hit him, and you reach out, and the grasp of the chill touch across the room, like, tries to sort of like steal the life force from this already undead creature. And that is your turn.
He also has disadvantages and attacks against me specifically.
Okay. I will keep note of that. Missile, it is your turn.
Okie dokie. So, from beside DeMarcus's hip, I'm going to put in a big, like, inky black cylinder into the arcane firearm, kind of like a swirling mass of liquid, and I'm going to shoot grease to what would be the west on the map.
Okay.
Which I'm going to put it right there.
Nice. Got it.
So hopefully everything will slip and fall. And then Morty is going to... Sorry to stand on your face there, Damon.
Oh, you
Morty's
can't. You can't end your turn in somebody else's square.
Oh, in that case, we'll just move him back. Well, here, I'll put him right there. Deselect. Let's send a Force Ballista at that warrior to the east. One shot. And he goes back 5 feet. Nice.
Yeah. So
and that is my turn.
Very cool. And then Grease just leaves. Each creature standing in its area must succeed. A creature that enters that area or ends its turn there must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or fall prone. Very cool. Let me pop that out so that I can read that later. And it is Warrior's turn. Remove combatant. And it is Damon's turn.
I will cast haste on myself. And then go sprinting into the room. I'll use all 60 feet of movement to get as close as I can. And maybe I'll use a bonus action to ignite my sword. I don't know if I still have it ignited or not. So
yeah,
I'll just make sure I've used my bonus action to say that it is.
Okay.
And then I'll just be ready to attack next turn.
Oh, got it. Because you moved. Okay. Okay. Yep. That was your action, your movement. You do have your additional action, but you can't reach him.
Well, didn't I used one action to cast haste.
Yep.
And then I used 60 feet of movement as my next action.
No, that was your movement. 60 feet of movement is your movement.
Oh, right.
So you can either you could ready an attack if something comes close to you.
Yes, that is what I will do.
Okay. Johoff, you are up. It is a very crowded and dark hallway. To the north of you is a very misty, illuminated room full of figures, and you hear footsteps running from both sides of the hallway towards your group, and laughter fills the halls.
Right, so he's gonna touch Isolde on the arm and just say, "What did the wetter in Missile's bag if I doesn't make it?" And then is going to use... Where's my thing? No, it's not him. I'm gonna use Step of the Wind to my key point so I can move. Can we go back up to 45 feet then?
My
My
sure.
speed's halved, but I do the double.
Yep, that makes
That's
sense to me.
Okay. And I'm going to hold an attack in case anyone gets next to me.
Okay. Very well.
That's it.
This archer is going to come into the area, and seeing Damon will shoot at him. Missing terribly. This character laughs terribly. This character is not in combat. This character is. He's going to run over this and swing at Damon. Missing him. This figure is going to...
Damon has his prepared attack, right?
Oh, yeah. Roll for that. Yeah, so he hops over the very short fucking sarcophagus, and you, like, dodge his blow and return with a strike that just, like, cuts him in half, sending, like, his bones, like, scattering across the floor. And DeMarcus turns towards Isolde and has a very grim look on his face, and then walks down this hallway and plants himself in front of this grease spill on the ground and holds his attack. This archer comes here and stands still. This archer comes to this area and shoots at Damon. A 22. Do you shield it? He shields it.
Always.
Gets that 7 back. Always and forever. Yeah.
Oh wait, with haste, my AC is 23.
Oh, so you don't even need to shield it. Give yourself back that point.
Cool.
Make sure you equip that buff if you can, or if you have access to it. Then this figure is going to come swing at Damon. 25 to hit. Do you shield that one?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Add a spell slot, remove a spell slot. We do the hokey pokey.
Well, doesn't shield stay up for a whole round?
Yeah, but he turned it. He stopped doing it because haste would have taken care of it. But anyways, it's no. But yes, he used shield finally. Isolde, it is your turn.
All right. I'm gonna move down this way. And where's the grease pit? Right next to DeMarcus?
Yeah, it's literally the square below DeMarcus.
Alright, yeah, I'll stand here and I'm gonna cast Death Ward on myself.
Okay.
And I'll put it in the chat.
Is that
And that's the end
concentration?
of my turn. Death Ward?
Yeah.
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Just wondering. Okay. So this warrior will go now. And we're back to the top of the round. Another archer shoots their longbow at Damon and misses. Or their short bow, I guess. Same story, probably same miss. Oh, a 23, and I'm gonna add that health back. A large figure comes running through the hallway and makes a dexterity saving throw. What does it have to beat? It fails. So, let's see what Grease says. Oh, I had it up and I closed it. Where the fuck is it?
I can tell you.
Oh, I can see
each
it.
creature, or a creature that enters it, must succeed on a dex saving throw or fall prone.
And I think if it ends its turn there, it also has to make a dex saving throw.
Got it.
Yeah.
So
Enters the area or ends a turn.
So it runs into this space and falls prone and slams up against the wall. Oops, I didn't mean to remove it from combat. For fuck's sake, game.
Just the shame of
I mean,
that.
you could remove it from combat.
I wouldn't mind.
Yeah. Anyways, fuck me.
The grease has been so engineered that any creature that slips on it makes that like cartoonist sound every time they slip and fall. So
God,
Okay.
I hope so.
I got it fixed. So he comes and slips on the ground, and DeMarcus gets to attack it. I'd say, prone. So he is going to do a big swing, and he has advantage.
Oh yeah.
nice.
He doesn't even need it. So yeah, DeMarcus comes around, like this being comes around the corner, slams into the wall, and falls prone. And DeMarcus like slams it with his maul, just like crushing into its armor, and bones go fragmenting and shattering everywhere, sliding across the floor. And it attacks DeMarcus. It stands up and attacks DeMarcus back, crushing into his armor. You know what? I had him unequipped armor because of him sleeping. That wouldn't actually break his AC. Boop, 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 boop. So, he swings and DeMarcus deflects it.
He also has aid on him.
He does?
Yeah, I cast
Yeah.
aid on him, myself, and Taryn.
Oh. Did not know
That just gives the max HP, right?
Yeah, 10 to your max HP.
But it heals you
Yeah.
the same amount that it gives it to you.
Yeah.
Wait, did you cast that at second level or third?
Third, it was 10 HP.
Okay. Cool. So, that is his turn. Archer's turn. At this point, they're just praying for a crit. And they do not get it. Miss. So, Joe Hoff and Damon can see as, like, just a shit ton of arrows come flying through the room, and most of them are just deflecting off of Damon's hard external shell, not doing anything to him. And it is Vosner's turn.
Sweet. I guess. That's it. There's lots of stuff happening behind me too. 50. Yeah, Vosner will go up there and attack that thing. Oops. Not on top of him, but. There you go. Fight.
Yeah. You fly into the room and take a big bite out of this undead thing, ripping off one of its, ripping into his shoulder, I guess.
Yeah, and then I think I have like 10 feet worth of movement left.
Mm-hmm.
So, if I move away from it, then, or how high are the ceilings here?
It will get an attack of opportunity if you move away, and I'd say 20 feet high.
20 feet high. Alright, well, I'll fly about 20 feet into the air.
Okay.
Just to get out of sort of melee range.
Okay, it's going to swing at you as you try to do that.
Let's see. Well, I guess I'll bonus action use a second skills
Yeah, second level spell to heal yourself.
spell. Yeah, to heal myself 2d8.
Okay. And then Taryn, you're up next.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice
so,
roll.
So I'll add 50 to my thing.
I got you. And
Okay,
then,
you got
are you gonna still move?
Yeah, I'll still move. I'll fly about 20 feet up in the air.
Okay. Oh, shit. He crits you with his longsword as you try to fly above his head, slamming you for 20 damage. It's a good thing you healed yourself.
Yep.
And you are now 20 feet up.
Okay.
So, you can't see it on your character right now, but I do have it marked as 20 feet up.
Cool.
And, Taryn, it is your turn.
I'm gonna move right here.
Okay.
And just throw a chromatic orb at that guy.
Nice.
And that'll be my turn.
Cool. You come into the room and hurl an orb, and it just slams into that warrior, ripping off a whole bunch of his armor, but he is not dead. And this warrior runs forward. Missile is your turn.
Okay. Morty model 782 is gonna move. Just gonna come up here with the rest of y'all. And shoot a force ballista at that little MFer in front of Vosner there.
Cool.
Bam. Nice.
And what does...
That'll do. And then Missile down below is gonna take a little step down and just fire... make sure I'm not targeting anybody. Okay, fire firebolt at the captain there. If it hits, and it doesn't.
Okay. Yeah. For the record, I did send you some stuff a while ago about like the limitations on Morty. I think one of the things is that you can, as a bonus action, have it attack something that you can see. So if Missile can't see it, then there might be limitations there. Also, I think his movement speed is limited to 15 movement in combat.
The character sheet says 30. Let me change that.
But but we talked about it in between the session.
Okay.
So, anyways, I'm not going to hold you to that right now, but maybe look up and see whatever we discussed, and then try to hold yourself to that going forward.
Sorry, man. Yep.
Yeah, no worries. This warrior is going to run forward. Oops. And strike at... Oh, he can't. Vosner's high up in the air. He's going to strike at Damon. And miss. It's a miss factory over here, folks. And Damon, you're up.
Yes, I will sprint past this guy towards the archers, taking the opportunity attack.
And he misses.
So for the green flame blade, do I just like click green flame blade as the melee attack, and then roll the damage afterwards?
I think you just roll a normal... You do a normal attack, and then you click the green flame blade attack on something else, I think. I don't know exactly how we programmed it.
Okay. I thought the last time I did that, then like when I click green flame blade, it does like a attack roll, but...
I think we did it backwards last time. So just do a normal attack, and then we'll just add the green flame blade damage to the other one. Yeah. That was a remarkably bad roll. 3 ones. Alright. Yep. So you bring your flaming sword down on this archer and almost completely destroy it. And a bit of green flame flies off your blade and hits this other guy. So feel free to roll that and see what happens. Yeah. Oh, it does 2d8 plus 5?
2 2d8 plus my spellcasting modifier, so 4, not 5.
Oh, okay. But it's still enough to instantly kill this creature.
Ooh, yeah, then I'll just swing at this guy one more time.
Yep, got it. And you miss. He ducks out of the way of your giant flaming sword. And Johoff, it is your turn. Unless you had something else to do, sorry.
No, that is my turn.
Okay, Johoff, you're up.
Alright. I'm gonna run up to this guy. And doing good. This feels good.
You're very cold right now.
That's a good point. Jeez. Okay. And then I'm assuming that the normal 15 that I would get from Flurry of Blows is also halved. So since I used 15 of my 20 normal speed, I'm gonna just move 10 back. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Okay. Oops, I just targeted myself instead of doing.
Very cool.
Alright, I'm done.
Okay. And this figure... What's its movement? And Damon, you can see as a figure in a dark, I guess a bright red robe, walks into this room, this chamber that you've just sort of run into, and he is sort of floating, hovering on the ground, his feet sort of dangling. He's like about 8 feet tall in the air, or so. Like his head is at about 8 feet tall, so he's kind of looming as he kind of floats into the room. And I need 2 seconds to fix something on his character sheet. Sorry. Okay, so he's going to cast... You guys could take like a 2-minute break if you want to go get a drink or something. Okay. Did that go? There we go. Okay, so what happens is, what's the range on this? Okay, this figure comes around the corner and looks at you, Damon, as you sort of are like fiercely battling your way through this horde of undead, and he casts Dispel Magic.
Is that something I can counterspell?
I believe so. So give me 1 second. So it's choose one creature, object, magical effect within the range, 3rd level target or lower. The spell ends. For each spell of 4th level higher, you have to blah 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 blah. So, do you try to counterspell his spell?
I will.
Okay. What level spell slot are you going to use to counterspell it?
Let's say 4th.
Okay. He is going to counterspell your counterspell using a 4th level slot as well.
Can I counterspell that
No,
counterspell?
you cannot.
No.
Everybody gets one reaction. So he's burning his reaction to counterspell your thing. So
Okay.
Wait, what's happening?
there is a mage battle or wizard battle happening. The spellcaster has cast Dispel Magic on Damon. Damon has tried to counterspell that. Cast Counterspell, would you, Damon? It's 4th level. And let me see. So if he's casting it, let me see if when you cast the spell using a level 4th slot, the interrupt spell has no effect if the level is equal to. How about this? I'm gonna have him cast it at 3rd level, assuming that he underestimates you, and we will roll to see if he is effective in counterspelling you. It's a DC 10 plus the spell level, so 14. And it is him rolling his spellcasting ability. So just int roll. Does that sound right?
I think that's right.
So he uses a 3rd level spell slot to counter your 4th level counterspell, and he is able to do so because he successfully rolled. So here's how it goes down. He comes into the room, gliding in, sees your hasted body sort of cutting through his skeletons. He raises his undead fingers towards you and tries to dispel the aura around you, and you try to counter it, interrupting that cast, but he counters your counter, which sort of shuts down your ability, and the Dispel Magic goes into effect, undoing the haste effect on Damon, effectively stunning him.
Oof.
Well, not stunning him, because he still gets to do, I think, what, movement and
bonus action.
bonus
Bonus
action? Okay. And this warrior is dead. And this warrior is not. And DeMarcus is up, and he is facing off against this big boy, and he is going to swing with the big swing. Oh my god!
Yes.
DeMarcus critically hits this captain, this giant monstrosity of an undead, who is, by the way, vulnerable to bludgeoning damage, just throwing that out there. So it hits for 68 damage.
Holy shit.
That's, I think, is that the most damage we've rolled in a single roll yet? I think it's either that or something Terran has done, I think.
No, that might be
I
it.
don't know, but I'm gonna tell Matt.
Yeah, he missed it. This archer figure is gonna come through and shoot DeMarcus angrily, and he hits. Take that, DeMarcus. Oh wait, DeMarcus gets 2 attacks. Fuck me. All right. He's gonna do. I think he's gonna do a regular swing and miss. He probably would have put a smite on that. Anybody want to vote on what level smite he would have used?
Second.
He usually
level.
goes for 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
I respect it. Yeah. So he... Oh, and it does an extra d8 because it's undead.
That was such a good roll for the 3d8 as well.
Yeah.
Wow, no kidding.
Holy shit.
Okay, so basically what happens is DeMarcus, because technically that's, yeah, oh my god, what are these rolls? He hits for 68 plus 26, so you do the math. Whatever that was, that's how much DeMarcus just did with one hit on this captain.
94.
94, yeah.
Yeah. So
Damn.
DeMarcus almost one-shots this captain. And there's a funny effect of this happening. So, oh, fucking Christ. Okay. This character, this monster is actually really interesting. It has like all these effects if it dies. As it's like sort of falling apart, it performs what's called an avalanche of bones, which DeMarcus saves, so he doesn't get hit by it. No, he does get hit by it. What the fuck is happening with this damage? He just takes 9 damage. Anyways, as he crushes it, it like sort of looms over him, and all these bones kind of slam onto his body as it falls apart on top of him. And oh my god, I deleted DeMarcus. R.I.P. DeMarcus. No, he shows up, but what happens is a bunch of little skeletons form out of the corpse of the large skeleton. And they're supposed to be generic skeletons, so let me pull them from the fucking monster manual.
It's like a skeletal hydra, you know?
Yeah.
Kill
Well,
one
it's like
and
a...
5 come out.
It's a... it's a skeletal, like, what do they call them? Golem or something. It's like made up of skeletons.
Hmm.
So it should be 12, but there's not enough. Well, I guess I can squeeze them all in. And they all immediately... This is so great. They fill the space all around DeMarcus and Isolde. All of these little miniature, these tiny skeletons. And, let's see, where is... Oh, I have to re-add DeMarcus, and I have to roll initiative for all these fucking skeletons.
And half of them just collapse on the ground because they're in the grease.
Correct.
Oh, sick.
I love how like my character can't see anything that's going on, but from what I'm hearing, I've got a dramatic wizard battle to the top left and like a slapstick cartoon to the bottom.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
The Benny Hill theme is playing in the background.
Yeah, this even invokes like weird sound effects for this slapstick thing going on.
I'm dying here.
Okay. This captain uses his movement and his dash to get close to Damon, but does not do anything. This warrior is dead. I can't believe you guys went this way. Alright. Isolde, you're up.
Alrighty. I'm going to cast Spirit Guardians.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let's see how that works.
Oh no, it's gonna make me roll and then undo all the damage.
What's your favorite?
I know. It's like having an ever-present mathematical equation on the board.
With me.
Yeah, yeah. It's so much fun to keep track of. Oh my god. Alright. Everybody gets a heal.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna make DeMarcus take that damage. No, I'm just kidding. Alright,
Nope.
what else do you do?
I guess this is gonna sound stupid now, but I would move forward
Good.
to
Great, great,
try
great.
to try to target more of these guys. I can't sidestep DeMarcus though, can I?
You could scoot through his square, but you'd be taking attacks of opportunity.
Yeah, I'll stay where I am then.
Okie
That's
dokie.
it then.
Yeah. What's the damage that this thing's gonna do?
It is
11 on a
3d8.
fail. And okay. All right, this skeleton is going to go, and it's going to attack Gazol. Oh my God! Why are they all targeted? Oh, what is happening?
What is happening?
I don't know anymore. Okay. This guy is gonna swing at you. Hitcha! I should have
Did
just.
you take 11 damage or?
Good fucking God. Yeah, it's a wisdom saving throw?
Yeah.
Great, can't wait to make 12 of these around. 6 fails, it takes 11 damage.
Yep.
Is it reduced at all because of the...
Right, so the damage of divine energy is halved here.
What the shit? That's right. Damn it.
So it does not die. And
Fine.
that is its turn. This guy is going to run in here. And that is his turn. And we're back to the top. Damon, you are unable to move or react, right? Yeah, you blew your reaction. These skeletons are going to skip right past you at the sort of advice of their commander, enter the room, and take fire on their new target, which is... Where's Vosner? Did I delete Vosner?
Nope, he's by the sarcophagus.
I'm by the
Oh,
sarcophagus.
yeah, okay. You're hiding underneath the token. Got it. Got it. So this archer is going to shoot at you. And miss. This archer is also going to shoot at you. And hit critically. And
Jesus.
you switch back into human form, which I will drag to, and lose 3 health.
Okay.
And fall to the ground, which I believe is 2d10.
Man. Just from 20 feet? Okay.
I think it's 1d10 per 10 feet. I could be wrong. You can check me on that. You are falling 20 feet out of the air onto hard stone.
Okay.
And then that archer is done. Wait, yeah. Oh, and this skeleton can't do anything because they're stuck in a hallway. Actually, no, he's got a bow. He'll shoot at Isolde. Actually, he'll shoot at DeMarcus because why not? He misses. This archer will shoot at Vosner. And miss. The skeleton will attack DeMarcus. Oh, I meant to do a short sword. He crits with his bow at close range, because he has to actually make a wisdom saving throw. You know, you could have used turn undead and immediately killed all of them, but, you know, who am I to judge?
She doesn't know what's coming next.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's much more fun to saving throw 8 turns in a row.
Hey man, we can wreck
failed.
on it. I'll take that 3rd level spell slot back.
Nope. No, we're all gonna painfully make saving throws here.
Good.
And I'm just gonna say it takes 5 damage. because it's halved, whatever the average is. This skeleton is going to shoot at DeMarcus with a short bow. And he hits. Big day for the skeletons. Taryn, you're up.
I think it's Bosner's turn.
Should be my turn.
But when he
Bosner,
switched out,
you're up.
he vanished.
God damn it. Forever.
Vosner does not like to be hit like that, so he's going to use his last wild shape and turn into a giant scorpion. Boom. Because he's tired of the shit. And I don't know why there's so little health on him.
There you go.
Sweet. Okay.
Just gonna put Vos. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright.
I'm gonna move back.
It's not your turn! You've been flung into the void. Okay, so you're a giant scorpion. Feel free to scorpion things.
Alright, I'm gonna scorpion that dude right next to me. See if I can get him.
Oh shit, all those skeletons should be prone. Or half of them should be prone. Alright, I'm gonna start making them prone while you're doing your shit.
Okay. I will claw that guy. Alright, he needs to make a strength saving throw of 12. Otherwise he's grappled.
He fails. You got a skeletal warrior in your claws.
Sweet. And then, how much movement do I have? I got 30 feet. Okay, I will move over here. Oops, not that far. And then finish my attack over here to get another guy. Okay, he also needs to make a strength saving throw.
Okay, so you're dragging this other guy with you, and then you're...
Yeah, he's in
well,
my claw.
but you one-shot this guy, so he doesn't need to make a strength saving throw because he's dead.
Alright, and then... Am I close enough to anything else? Yeah.
Yep.
I guess my last attack is my tail.
Well, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's multi-attack, right?
Yeah, it's fine. I
I
was
got a
just
claw
thinking that you
tail.
started your turn prone, but I'll just say that when you turned into a thing, you turned into it standing up.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's fine.
boop. Okay. Alright, and then sting. What can I sting?
There's another archer that's next to you.
Yeah. 2 claws attacks and one other. Okay, cool. Alright, I will get that other archer.
Or you can go at the warrior that you've got.
And you miss.
Well, I'll miss anyway. Okay. So, I'm just trying to pick up all these skeletons that people keep dropping everywhere. It's a mess in here.
Yeah. Taryn, it is your turn.
I will kind of get a little closer, and then just pop the wounded guy with another Ray of Frost, because why would I do anything else? And I hit while rolling a 3.
Nice.
Did that kill him?
Yeah.
Alright. That'll be my turn.
Yeah. So, another one down. This warrior approaches Damon and swings his longsword. Missing. And Missile, you're up.
Alright. Just to kind of undo the separation that I did earlier, Missile's going to take a step back, and then I'll bring Morty close, and then they won't separate like that ever again. And then, let's see here. Yeah, I was going to, say I'm, retreat up to the north there to help them, but I'm going to send a shatter down the hallway there.
Okay.
So Missile's gonna load up like a really tightly formed piece of glass into the arcane firearm. Send it down there.
Yeah.
Nice.
It explodes in the area, and just like all the like glass hits all of these skeletons, and like the force alone just explodes so many of them that they all just like disappear into dust.
Awesome. Missile's kind of rendered speechless. But Morty, seizing the gap, is going to aim for the one from our perspective to the left of Isolde.
Yeah.
And send a ballista at him.
Oh, you still had all these other guys targeted.
Oh, shit. Sorry to give you math.
Yeah, no, I undid it. Feel free to redo your
Alright,
shit.
appreciate it. Let me just roll it again then, eh?
Yeah. So, Morty blows up another skeleton that was to the side. Yep.
And that's going to be the turn.
Very cool. This skeleton is going to walk over his comrades, and I'm going to say he doesn't slip, and Isolde, he's going to make a wisdom saving throw, which he succeeds, so he takes 3 damage. And he is going to swing at DeMarcus. And he hits him. Ha-cha-cha-cha.
Delicious.
This warrior, grappled by Vosner, is going to slash out at Vosner. And that is his turn. Damon, you have a bonus action.
Is the like big like rectangle in the middle of this chamber, is that something that is like you can't walk over?
No, you can. It's just raised up like maybe a foot or so.
Okay. I am just going to Misty Step just to get right in this mage dude's face.
Very well.
And that'll be my turn.
You blink, you misty step right into his presence, and you look into his face, and he looks back at you with basically a completely skeletal face. There's like no skin left on it, and behind his eyes there's just like slight misty light, and he seems happy that you have come so close.
So like some kind of undead wizard. Is there a
Yes.
name for that?
No, I can't think of it.
Lich?
Oh, maybe that's it.
Oh yeah, that'd be a good name for one if it were the name. And Johoff, it is your turn.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna run forward the 20 feet here to that guy and try to punch him while he's in Vosner's claws.
Yeah.
I lower him so you can.
Yeah, we'll say you can tag team that a little bit.
Yeah, hold him! Okay. Does that change? It's just for grappled, there's no advantage, right?
Correct. There's no
Okay.
advantage. Restrained will get you advantage, but grapple won't. It's very strange, but that's how it
Yeah.
works. Yeah. So you waylay him in his claw until he's just nothing but like a pair of legs dangling in Vosner's claws.
I like it. I'm gonna use my last 10 to move up a little closer, I guess.
Okay. Very cool.
I'm done.
Nice. This guy is going to slip because half of them are going to slip because math. And Damon, the figure in front of you reaches out his cold, dead, bony hand and casts this. Oh, +9 to hit, and it misses you. Very interesting. And blah, 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 blah. He is going to angrily... Huh. Okay. Let me what cantrips does he have? Ah! It's hard to do. It's hard to look up shit while you're streaming, while you're running everything. That's fine. He is going to sort of stare at you angrily, and then at the end of his turn, he is going to try to do it again. And he fails again. Very well. So as you teleport towards him, he reaches out his hand and you dodge it, and then he reaches out his hand again, this time even more angry, and you're able to deflect his cold, deathly touch. And that is his turn. This warrior is going to run and then make a dex saving throw, which he succeeds. Oh no, he doesn't. Man, he slips. And that's going to be his turn. DeMarcus is going to just start smashing shit.
Does he look happier, or does he still frown?
He's still frowning. He... of course he crits. What the fuck? You guys, I should play DeMarcus every time. He turns to the skeleton by Izzy and frowns and crits it and just turns it into bone dust, and turns to the skeleton to his right and crits it, or doesn't crit it, but hits it and turns it into bone dust, and turns to the one to the south of him and whiffs horribly. Frowning. Oops, didn't mean to kill him.
Oh god.
You saw that? He's gonna make a wisdom saving throw. And he fails, so 5 damage. Oh, that'll kill him.
Nice. At least it was good for something.
This archer is going to shoot at Isolde. And miss. Skeleton is down.
Which archer? Where?
He's down here. I don't know if you can see him with your shitty vision. Yeah, you can't. An
Wow,
arrow
rude.
comes out of the darkness. I don't know. Stop being so human. This giant captain figure comes back towards Damon and swings at him. Does a 28 hit? I'm gonna say yes, and
It
I'm
will,
guessing you can't shield it.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so it hits you for 18 slashing damage. Yeah. Isolde, it is your turn. Oh shit, I'm sorry. The Juggernaut, this captain guy makes 2 attacks. There you go.
Good to know.
A 29 hit.
That will hit as well.
Yeah, so this captain, as you get close to its leader, turns around abruptly and slams you with 2 focused attacks. Okay, now Isolde.
Alright, so, she can't see the archer. She's just assuming there's more skeletons. So she's just gonna say to DeMarcus, they're taking too long. Finish up here and then come back up. And she's gonna take the disengage action.
Oh, there's no alive skeletons around you.
Well, then I will just run back up the corridor.
Okay.
Let me see if I can measure it, because it'll be easier. I will run and dash. Boop. And for my bonus action, let's see, I can see shit now. I'm gonna cast my spiritual weapon 2 steps up from Johoff.
Oh, you still have the aura around you, don't you?
I do. But I'm gonna... Oh, is that concentration?
It is.
Never mind. That's the end of my turn then.
Isn't spirit weapon not concentration? Didn't we discover that?
It's not.
Yeah, it's not, which is I thought was
What?
weird. We talked
It
about this.
drops all the time on CR. Why would it drop?
If they
it's
went
not
unconscious, it
concentration?
would drop.
Oh, maybe they do. They do.
Yeah. Or it's just dropped to do another.
Yeah,
I
to
don't
cast
know.
another concentration spell.
Whatever.
Yeah, I don't
Alright, well
know.
then I'll cast Spiritual Weapon 2 steps up from Johoff and
Okay.
attack the archer.
Cool.
That's
Let
up
me
there.
throw it on your screen for you. Not that. What is that? Extras? Other? Minions, there it is. There's your spiritual weapon. And you should have control of it to attack with it. Yeah! You slam that archer and fuck it up.
Nice. Alright, that's it for me.
This warrior is going to come at Damon and swing his longsword, missing. And this archer is going to shoot at, let's say, Johoff. Missing. Skeleton will stand up. And then I'm going to say fall back down.
He's having the worst day.
Yeah. Oops. Didn't mean to kill him. Meant to use him to attack somebody. He's going to attack... with his short sword, striking at Vosner. And Vosner, it is your turn.
Sweet. So I have no buddies in my hand, it looks like. Let's see. I will... Where's Damon? Is he in the room to the north of us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. As far as you know.
As far as I know. So I will use some of my movement to go and untarget things first. 20 feet. I guess I'll go 25 feet there, right in front of that warrior. I guess I can't see still.
Oh, do you need vision?
I need vision on the scorpion.
How's that?
I guess
Oh, wait, hold on.
Yeah, I still can't see.
Sorry, there's a button for has vision. I
There
didn't
you
have it
go.
clicked.
I will just grab this warrior in front of me since I can't move any further.
Sure.
And then do my claw attacks on him. First claw.
Misses.
Miss. Second claw.
Miss again.
God.
He
Can
ducks
I go
out of the way of your claws and is
Can I
hit by your
Dig him.
stinger, but he resists it.
That works. At least I did something.
Yeah, actually,
I think because he's undead, he's resistant anyway, so.
yeah, he's resistant to poison. Or actually, he's immune to poison. But he's resistant to non-magical attacks. But you have magical attacks, so I had to configure that. So, anyways, it should be good now. I fixed the damage.
Okay.
Okay, that's
Sweet.
your turn. Taryn, you are up.
I'm gonna start with moving 20 feet here. See everything that's going on in that room. Got 10 more feet of movement, so I'm gonna go right here. And then I cast a lightning bolt.
Okay. Telling you now, Wizard is going to counterspell it. Feel free to cast it.
Taryn does not know that. He missed the drama around
Yeah.
the counterspelling. See that triangle? I upcasted it to 4th level too.
Okay, so he will just cast it at 3rd level, underestimating you. And let's see if he successfully counterspells it. He does.
Yep.
So
Well, I guess he was right. Man, that's ridiculous.
Oh wait, can I counterspell as counterspell?
you can.
Alright, I will do that then.
So you're casting it at 3rd level?
Yep.
Okay, let me add
So that should just work then.
Yep, so make sure you consume the spell slot, and then, yeah,
Good.
you counterspell his counterspell, and he looks furious.
Alright.
Wizard battle on the other side.
Ooh.
Very cool. The warrior swings his longsword at you in retribution, hitting you for 11.
Sentry.
Oh, sentinel. Yeah, feel free to attack him.
I only have multi-attack on here. Well, it'll just be claw.
Just do
anyway.
the claw, yeah.
One claw.
Yep, and you kill him.
Nice.
So he reaches out and slashes Terran, and then you counter by like crushing him with your claw, sending bones scattering across the floor. And it is Missile's turn.
Yeah. Just gonna fire a firebolt down the hall here. Bada boom.
Pew pew.
Don't know if that kills it, so let's. Oh, I guess it did.
Yeah, it did.
Cool, and then that's half my movement to catch up to Morty. And then we're gonna go the rest of the way. Whoops. And I messed that up. Hang on. Bada bang. And that's my turn.
Very cool. Damon, it is your turn.
And that Necromancer dude has now used his reaction. Is that right?
That is correct. That should be right.
Yeah.
I mean, unless he has, special abilities. But I mean, what are the odds of that?
Right.
So
Very
what are
high.
you? Sorry, I missed that. What are you doing?
So I think what Damon is going to do is that he is going to slash at this dude.
Uh huh. There
Did
it
we
is.
decide that if I use action surge, I get to use like a spell that uses that action, or I can?
Yeah, action surge lets you do a full spell if you want to. It's haste only lets you do an attack or a dash or
Yeah.
whatever.
Even if I use like a spell that uses a bonus action, then I can use action surge to do another spell.
Yes. Yeah. So, exactly. Wait, actually, no.
Okay.
If you cast a spell as a bonus action, you can only cast cantrips
You can
with your
only-
actions.
Cantrip. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I undo my attack then
Sure.
to take the disengage action instead?
Yep.
I will do that, and then I will just disengage and back up 30 feet.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna lob a fireball at these dudes.
Okay, so then you're gonna action surge and do that.
Yes.
Got it. Boom.
Nice.
Dang.
Yeah.
And that should complete my turn.
Okay. Joe Huff, you're up.
Right. I think I'm just gonna. Well, I guess I'll run up and punch the archer.
Got it.
I can't tell. Is it dead or no?
It is dead. It looks like, hold on. Yeah, you did 22 damage to it. Oh yeah, because bludgeoning. Yeah, you fucking crushed it. There is another archer to the right of you. Top right.
Yeah. I guess I'll go ahead and punch him.
Yeah, you notice that your punching is super effective on these. Like, you are shattering bones, and it basically makes them fall apart instantaneously. And you kill that one as well. How much movement do you have left because of your... Was that...
So with basically the way I'm doing it is having everything with the flurry of blows. That gives me 30 overall. I did 10 up
Got it.
first and then 20 to the side.
Makes sense. Yeah, even with exhaustion 2, you're still a normal speed for... Wait, don't you only get that if you do flurry of blows though? You didn't do flurry. Oh, you did. Fuck me. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah.
You good, you good. You doing it right. Okay. You guys are pretty fucking good. And he is not having it. This bony figure has stopped laughing right after that fireball hit him. And the chambers now fill with this sort of angry sound that's like echoing off the walls. It's like almost like a raging, deep, guttural scream as he casts the fuck? Circle of Death.
I like the sound of that.
Super cool. Oh, well, that just sounds terrible. It's a lot of dice.
Holy shit.
Yes. So what happens is an explosion of necrotic energy, or it's poison. Is it poison?
It's necrotic.
Necrotic, yeah. And he saves from his own spell. Wow, those are some shit rolls. Very well.
Yep.
Anyways, as you do.
We've all been there.
I know how it feels. Yeah, and it like pours out into the room. This like noxious gas just like fills the space, even hitting Isolde all the way as it like spills out across through the walls, like around the corner and into both rooms. And it's a concentration spell, right? No. Hold on. Gotta read. No, it just does that one explosion. Very well. And yeah, he does that, and then at the end of his turn, he hurls a firebolt at Damon. and misses, and moves back into his chambers. And that is his turn. This warrior is going to stand up and attack DeMarcus. And hit. And DeMarcus is going to attack this guy. And swing a big swing. Missing. And I'll say he put a 2nd level smite on that first hit. There you go. And that is his turn. This archer is going to shoot at DeMarcus for 4. The captain is going to follow after Damon and strike out at him. It's a 21 to hit. Shouldn't that be stopped by your AC?
No, I only have 23 when I have like haste active or something. But I will.
Oh, you have 21, which means it does hit. Okay, but you shield it, which stops it. And he swings a 2nd time and misses. Isolde.
All right. She is going to again run and dash up to Terran's side and say, "Is anyone down?" And she's like looking around frantically. And she'll notice, well, yeah, she can see Damon. Yeah, she'll healing word Damon.
Okay.
And that's it.
Did you do the healing word?
I'm working on it.
Got it. Alright, this warrior is going to run at, let's say, Vosner. And strike at you with his longsword. This skeleton is going to run at DeMarcus. And miss. Vosner, you are up.
Alright, finally, jeez. There's a warrior right in front of me. I guess I will just... How much health? I don't have a lot of health left. I'll spend 3rd level spell slot as a bonus action. 3, 8. And roll like shit.
Yeah, holy shit.
Attack the guy in front of me.
You missed.
Attack him again.
Wow.
Holy shit.
The round of applause.
Swinging like Joe.
Sweet.
It's amazing. 10 out of 10.
And then just stay there. And
Taryn.
do absolutely nothing.
You're up.
Kind of unimpressed by that. Taryn is going to just chuck a chromatic orb at the guy.
Nice.
Don't miss.
That'll work.
Doesn't even kill him. And then... Let's see. I'm gonna move 15 feet, just on the other side of him.
Yeah.
That'll... Actually, one more. That's the turn.
Okay. Missile, you're up.
Okay. Let's see here.
There are.
Even though we're in line, can I have Morty shoot straight down?
Yeah, hell
Like,
yeah.
even though I'm in his way?
No, it's totally fine.
So Morty's gonna try to hit that big warrior guy. I hope he's targeted with the old ballista.
Yeah, I don't think he was.
That hit a skeleton. Damn.
Here, I'll put him out in the open for you.
Okay, should I roll again then?
Yeah, target him and roll.
Okay, I believe so.
There you go. Wow.
Nice.
2, 1, 1. Great rolls.
Classic. Something happened to your programming.
Yeah.
And then Missile's gonna follow up with a firebolt. That's much more like it. Throw the arcane firearm on there.
Yeah, and he does.
Hopefully that put him to bed.
That's exactly.
Good.
That's what you needed.
And then I'm gonna just take my 10 feet of exhausted movement, and that'll be the turn.
Very good. Damon, you are up.
Yes, I am going to swing at this captain guy.
And you strike true. And roll like shit.
And I will stay in range, and I will use my what's it called? Hang on. My second wind fighter feature to regain 1d10 plus 2 HP as a bonus action.
Very cool. Alright, Joe Huff, you're up.
Yeah, I'm eyeing down that big boy. I'm gonna give him a bop or two.
Yeah. Oops, music ended.
Even the music is tired.
Yeah.
Fuck yes. Killing it.
Damon is impressed and pleased.
Yeah. You're, super effective. And, is that your turn?
Yep, hold on.
The skeletal figure emerges back into the room. And casts Fireball. Are you going to try and counterspell it?
Let me check my spells. Yeah, sure. I'll counterspell.
Okay, so he cast it at 5th level. So he will. How many 3rd levels does he have left? He has 1 3rd level left, and he will counterspell your counterspell.
Oh, great. Great.
So, he walks out of the room and hurls a fireball into the room and hits Damon, Johoff, Isolde, Bosner's a Scorpion, his own men, and Terran, doing extreme damage. He has rolled pretty decently, though.
So since Johoff saved, he should take no damage.
It says, yeah, so you can add 17 health back to yourself.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Monk shit.
Damon has been knocked unconscious.
Oh man.
And let's see. Other shit can he do?
But he's burned his reaction now, though, right?
Correct.
Awesome.
And he will just stand there, sort of like
Like a dingus.
beckoning towards you. DeMarcus is up, and he is still slaying skeletons by himself in a dark corridor with no light. I should have noted that. There's some faint light coming up that other room. He's going to heal himself with his lay on hands pool. For 35. And that is his turn. Archer. DeMarcus frowns quietly by himself. This captain is going to, as he dies, explode into a bunch of skeletons. Which, you know what I'm going to say for the sake of... Well, nah, you know what? It's more interesting this way.
Isolde goes next, so hopefully.
Yeah, I'll make the right choice this time.
Yeah, that's about enough. And,
Only that many?
Does Damon get smacked by falling bones?
he does. Good looking out. The fuck is that captain? Oh, he's dead. Fucking Christ. Yeah, the falling bones was... It's just going to be one hit, and he can't dodge it because he's on it. So it's just one death save failed. And here's the initiative for all the skeletons. Do any of them go next? Nope.
Doesn't look like it.
Isolde, it is your turn.
Alright.
Damon is at one failed death save.
10. I will go here. And for my action, I will turn undead. And I'm pretty sure I have to select all these little fuckers.
How far does it go out? Is it a
30
radius or-
feet.
Oh, okay.
It's 30 feet. Anything that can see or hear me within 30 feet.
Too bad we can't get that guy in there.
Oh, you don't have it configured to do damage. Oh, what they auto... If they fail, they auto die, correct?
Yes.
So, how many succeeded? 1, 2, 2.
Perfect. So I had moved 15 feet. I guess I'll wait to see which ones you take away before I move.
Oh my god, I'm lagging the fuck out of him again. Woo, buddy! Hang tight, game.
You can
I'm
do
just
it.
gonna refresh it because it's gonna.
It's doing okay on this end.
Yeah. It's because my end is the end where it calculates everything and sends it to you guys.
Beautiful. So if you're refreshing, do we also have to refresh?
Shouldn't have to.
Okay.
And that is what's left. Just gonna say. This warrior somehow didn't die? There's
not
no
done
way.
yet.
That guy died for sure.
Oh, okay.
Right? Maybe not.
Yeah, you just had it, like, because he was in the middle of the fireball.
Yeah, he should have died for sure, 100%.
Yeah. You just usually, like, scald them on their turn.
Yeah, but he saw the
So
HP
that
bonus.
was-
That might be fucked up because I hit refresh.
That was 15 of my movement. I'm going to move the rest to stand next to Damon. I assume I take attack of opportunity.
Well,
Uh,
you don't leave its range, so.
Yeah, you don't leave
Oh.
its range, so you don't.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm gonna use just healing word on him for now.
Wow. Even that fireball was a bad roll. Guys, the damage for tonight has all been bad. 2d4s, bubble ones. Our dice suck.
But you do get an extra 4.
Hey. Oh, wait, cut all that in half.
What?
You're
the
in
bonus or everything?
Everything. Anything that's coming from cleric stuff or paladin stuff. Oh, speaking of, I should have that lay on hands. Here we go.
Also his smites, right? Alright, I'll give myself just 2 points of my kickback then, and that's the end of my turn.
Got it. Okay. Back to the top. This guy attacking DeMarcus. Swinging and a missing. Osner, you are up.
All right. I guess I will take another bonus action to heal myself. Just burn through my spell slots here. Yeah. 8. Something good. Alright, that's better.
Pretty good.
Yeah. And how far is that guy away from me?
Oops.
45. I don't have enough movement. I think. Yeah, it's only 30. Okay. Yeah, I guess I will go there.
Okay.
That's all I can do.
Yeah. Very well. Taryn, you're up.
I will step up next to Vosner, kind of smile at that guy, and then cast Cone of Cold.
He will attempt to counterspell it with... Where is he at for 5th level spell slots?
He used his reaction already.
Did he?
Yeah, on his turn.
Oh,
to
to
counterspell my
counterspell yours.
counterspell.
Yep. Go for it.
And I'm going to heighten it, burn 3 sorcery points, and give him disadvantage on his saving throw.
Yep.
Nice.
So... Interesting.
He should have disadvantage.
Yeah. So, here's what happens. You do that, and he smiles back at you. And... Oh, wait, is this a resist... hold on. Is it... just a legendary action? Okay. He uses his legendary resistance to resist it. So he only takes 10 points of damage. Well, he takes half of half, because he is resistant to cold.
Can you... It didn't roll with disadvantage, because I don't have a way of doing that, so he needs to re-roll his save.
But he uses legendary resistance to automatically succeed.
Oh, and then to half it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, never mind.
Which halves it.
Yeah, it's halved by the success, and then halved because he has resistance to cold.
Got it. That's...
Son of a bitch.
disappointing. And that's my turn.
Missile, you're up. DeMarcus is still fighting let's say, 2 skeletons that you can see. Actually, I don't know if you can see them still.
I don't know. I did give him an order. Once he's done, he has to come up.
They're all just skulls to me down there. He can handle them, so I'm gonna move up.
He's just in the dark fighting an endless horde of skeletons.
That seems very DeMarcus, though.
Yeah.
Actually,
No, it's
they
fine.
just left my vision. Because I can't see anything in this room. Can Missile still see down there?
Oh,
Damn.
wait. Does Isolde still have her shit up? Should it have been following her?
She should. Although I do need to make a concentration check
Yeah, make one of
for
those.
the fireball. What is it, a constitution saving throw?
Yep. And you took 25 damage from it, so it would have to beat... What is it? Would it have to beat a 25? Or is it half of that? What's the rule? I forget.
I'll look it up.
Okay. So it is either on or it isn't on. It is Schrodinger's shit. Missile, you're up.
Yeah, is it okay if I retcon and go back down the 10 feet to do as you suggested and kill those fucking skeletons down there?
Yeah, dude, I don't care.
Alright, let's do that. I can't quite target them. Could you, like, make it available? Thank you, sir. I see that guy. So let's have Morty do his thing, because I think Morty is actually stronger than my firebolt. Oh,
Misses.
that's okay. We forgive you, Morty. Send a firebolt at the same guy. That's what we like. That's gonna do it.
Damn.
No point in arcane firearming that, I think. And then I'll move up 10 feet.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
Do you still... Oh, the grease just stays, right? It's not... Is it concentration? I forget.
Yeah, it stays for 10 rounds. Or, yeah, 10 rounds.
But it's concentration, or
1
does
minute.
it stay on its own?
I think it stays on its own. I think because it's a liquid and not a spell.
Yep. Damon, you are up.
How far am I from this guy?
35.
Yes. So I will. I will just hang back this round and hit him with a. Let's see. What do I have for specials? I'll just launch a magic missile at him at 2nd level, and then I'll use my power surge to add 4 damage at the end.
Okay. Look at these fucking rolls. 4, 4, 4. Oh, maybe not.
And,
Nice.
and then an extra 4 force damage on top of that.
Now we wish he used his turn to do shield.
And that is my turn.
Very well. Okay. It's Skeleton's turn. It's to make a wisdom saving throw. Did you figure it out, Laurel?
Yeah, I passed. It's half the damage or 10, whichever's higher, and I took 25 or 24 damage, and I rolled a 13, so
Okay.
I
This
just
makes
passed.
a wisdom saving throw. And critically succeeds, so it takes
Wow.
like
5?
5 damage? 4? Or I think we halved it after that.
Oh yeah, so it was like 2 or 3.
2 damage. And he's going to attack you. You also have advantage on Constitution saving throws, I think.
Oh
Does it
yeah,
work against him?
Warcaster.
And he misses you
Indeed,
with
I
his
do.
sword anyways. So it is Johop next.
Alright, I'm gonna run down past that little skeleton that's attacking Isolde, so I assume that'll get me a attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna take it anyway. So I'm gonna do Step of the Wind. Oh wait. Is
You
that
can
not
take
the
a
right one?
dash. Yeah, you can take a dash as a bonus action.
Dash. Oh, that's what. Yep. Okay. And it gives me 45 feet of movement.
Well, it would be... Your movement right now is what, 20? Oh, I see. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So
that makes
presumably
sense.
don't put it back at what it normally is, right?
Mhm.
Because technically what I have is 22 and a half feet of
Yeah,
movement,
yeah.
but there's a way to do that.
I get that. Okay, yeah.
All right. Cool.
you want to do the attack of opportunity before I try to punch this guy?
Yeah, dude.
The skeleton.
Yeah, no, it's fucked up.
Okay.
Yep. He misses. Man, you have a lot of AC.
I'm a sort of like a slippery little dude.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. You punch. You miss.
Oh well. All right, that's it for me.
Very well. At the end of your turn, he is going to reach out and cast Paralyzing Touch, which Johoff fails, meaning Johoff is now paralyzed for 1 minute. And then he is going to... God, he is like totally out of spell slots.
All those counter spells, man.
I know. He's had to counterspell so many counterspells.
Terran is a secret genius.
He is going to step back into the room, and he is going to cast Fireball at 5th level.
I'm gonna try to counterspell it.
Okay.
I've got the slots.
So, at 5th level, you would have to roll a... I guess, do I know if I would have to counterspell it now, or... I'll just save it. If you succeed, I will undo the shit.
Alright, so it's a charisma check?
It's a charisma check, and you have to beat 10 plus the spell level, so you have to beat a 15.
No whammies. Yes.
Boom!
Yeah.
So you counterspell his spell, and he looks very upset. And is going to...
Oh, he definitely does.
Yeah, I think that's all he's gonna do. I think he is going to float around the corner. And that is his turn. Skeleton will attack Damon. And miss. DeMarcus will smash skeletons.
Oh, does that skeleton need to save?
Probably. And, yeah, so that skeleton will make a wisdom save. And succeed, or no, fail.
Yeah, failed, which was 5.
Yeah, yep. And back to... whose turn is it? Jesus.
Should be me soon.
Nope, Isolde.
Right.
Oh, is DeMarcus already done?
Yeah, DeMarcus smashed a skeleton.
Alright, she is going to... She's gonna call out to Terran and Johoff to finish that guy. And she's gonna heal Damon.
There's still another skeleton?
There's 2 around us, yeah.
What have I got? Plus 4 again, so 19 halved to 9. And I will take 2.
Very well.
Yeah, this having healing thing is really wearing down on Isolde.
That's the goal.
Hey.
Hey.
But she's gonna stay here with Damon.
Okay, Bosner, you're up.
So he went around through that corridor, right?
Yep.
Alright, well, I will give chase. 30 feet. That's all I can do.
Okay.
And you can dash.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess I can dash. I will
Yeah.
dash to next to him.
Sweet. And,
That's all I can do.
yeah. At the end of your turn, he laughs again. And the door that you just walked through slams shut.
Oh.
Taryn, it is your turn.
Let me look up a spell real quick. Like, can I Misty Step through the opening? Or-
Not if you can't see the other side, as far as I know. I think Dimension Door could get you someplace you can't see currently.
yeah,
but
someplace you can see. I don't have any of those. Well, that's not good.
yeah, you can move your spiritual weapon. I don't know how much it can move, but
I'm gonna move here. So what's the door like?
solid stone with emblems and runes on it.
I don't think there's anything I can do with that. Yeah. Taryn's got nothing. So, can I try to, like, lift it?
Yep. You can try to like get your fingers under there, just make a athletics check. Yeah, you push and pull and pry and nothing. It doesn't move at all.
I don't even get, like, an inch. Just nothing.
Nope. You can
Alright,
you can't
well-
really even get your fingers under the door to pull up on it. You just sort of like slam into
Alright.
it as hard as you can.
Okay, well, that's my turn.
Okay, Missile, you're up.
Alright, it's going to be pretty intense. I'm going to move 10 feet,
Uh huh.
see nothing, and end my turn.
Perfect. Damon,
'Cause that's all I can do.
you are up. I don't know where people are at for time. Do we need to end it here on a cliffhanger?
I should probably head out, but technically I'm frozen for the next 10 rounds anyway,
Yeah,
so
paralyzed.
if other people need to keep going, that's fine, but I should probably go.
Okay, so at the end of Missile's turn, the dark skeletal figure is going to use a legendary action to attempt to paralyze Fosner.
Oh, damn.
And
Yes.
he misses.
Woo!
And it is Damon's turn. Yeah, we can play out the rest of this round.
I think I will Misty Step down. And then, seeing that that door is just like shut, I'll just dash into this next room to see if I can find an alternate way in.
Sure. You walk into a room and see DeMarcus coming around the corner, covered in blood and skeleton bits and dust, looking pretty disheveled, but and he greets you, frowning.
I nod at him before turning.
And
to,
in,
I guess,
in
what
front
we
of you
ignore.
is a massive mountain of skulls. And a bunch of corpses. Sorry if these are... Sorry, these were supposed to be visible. A bunch of the corpses that you saw before.
Are their furs still intact?
From what Damon can tell, yeah, their clothes are still normal.
Okay. I think, yeah, I've come as far as I can, so I'm just, like, taking this all in
Yep.
as I end my turn.
Very well. Skeleton will attack Zolda.
Gotta make its wisdom save first.
Everybody's having
Long as
fun.
possible.
And then he's gonna swing at you. Ha-cha-cha-cha. Misses. Joe Hoff is paralyzed.
I think he gets a save, doesn't he?
I'm
Yeah.
not sure he does on that one. Well, let me see. Oh, the target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns. So, is Tim, are you still here?
Yeah.
You can make another Constitution saving throw, DC 17. You are no longer
Yes.
paralyzed, but that is the
Joe
end of
gives
your...
a go, and just busts.
Yeah,
Monk
yeah, yeah.
shit.
Does the cloak kind of flare open a little bit?
It's all on display. Yeah, for sure.
And it is his turn, and he is going to do. Let's see,
It's his turn again?
Yeah.
Shit.
He is going to try to paralyzing touch you, which he does. Then he is going to stand back.
Oh, I save? Okay. Sweet.
Oh, you saved. Never mind. Sorry, I thought it auto went through. Okay, yeah, you save with a +2 Constitution
Thank
saving throw.
God.
Holy shit. And he is going to God damn. Yeah, I guess that's all he's going to do for now.
Okay. I guess it's my turn, or is there a skeleton or something?
There's a skeleton. Just to make a wisdom saving throw, the most dramatic. Which is going to swing at Isolde. And miss. As they do. DeMarcus is going to come into this room. And come up this way. Dashing this way. Isolde.
Alright, I'm gonna bonus action attack this skeleton with my spiritual weapon.
Yeah, you fucking crush it.
Always critting on these little bitty skeletons. Is he dead?
Yep.
Alright, I'm going to move. Yeah, I'll move as close as I can to the door, I guess.
Yeah. It is solid stone.
That was my movement, and then I still have an action. I'm gonna. I'm actually gonna take my action to dash, and I'm gonna hide, like around this corner.
Okay.
That's it.
At the end of Isolde's turn, this figure is going to once again try to paralyze Bosner.
Man, do I just not get turns anymore? Where
It's taking
am I?
legendary actions.
Yeah.
Garrett.
Oh, dang. Oh, now
You
I'm paralyzed.
are converted into your normal form.
Druid form. Shit. Okay. So I gotta come back in here.
And you are paralyzed. Oops, not that one. And we're over 5, so I'm gonna say Vosner. It is the start of your turn. You are paralyzed. Make a Constitution save throw to see if you break out of it.
Alright, let's see. I can't target myself. I'll target myself.
You don't need to target anything to do a Constitution save throw.
Yeah, no, I had targeting already on their Constitution save. Constitution.
Hey. At the end of your turn, you're no longer paralyzed. But that is your turn.
Dang.
So, we will pick up here next week in the depths of the crypt, having defeated most of this character's horde of undead servants, with Vosner and this character isolated in his chamber. And we'll see what happens next week.
Oh boy.
Nice.
Thanks. Bye, everybody.
See you
Bye.
soon.
I
Nice job making 500 feet of progress, crew.
So fucking funny.
It's so not what I expected out of this session. Oh man.
I bet we're almost a porter though, so it's all right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, there's no way that there's
find
like
some phrase.
there's no possible way that there's like a whole bunch of different directions you could go and only one of them leads the right way.
Yeah.
But hey, you guys are
You
getting
kept
pretty good
saying
at
that you
dungeon
were-
crawls.
Yeah, you kept saying you were surprised that we went this way. And now I'm wondering what's in the other directions.
I don't know, probably a whole bunch of encounters that will eventually lead you to happiness.
Sure.
Or
Sure.
or
There's
death.
piles of like food and fur and warmth just like lining the walls.
Yeah, we
A
could
dragon's
definitely
sword
use.
but no dragon. Should be fun. See you next week, guys.
Bye.
Alright.
Yeah.
Bye. See everyone.
Who, man?